What's up, guys? Probably nobody's there yet. Hold on a second. I accidentally screwed up and scheduled a another live on accident. Hold on one second. It was like the case in point, it reloaded because I'm on Streamlabs, and once again it reloaded a previous live stream I had, and you could see how that whole ordeal with the whole other thing happened. Hold on, let me delete this. Shoot, I hope it doesn't confuse people. I don't even know what time I deleted that or I scheduled that. Hold on one second, guys. Dang it. It happened like right when I was going live. Who's here? Hey, Katie. Hold on one second. Delete forever. Okay. I hope I went live on the right one. What? Oh, man, I hope I did this right. Hold on one second, guys. Let me get. I'll be there one second. I'm trying to delete my other one. Okay. Just give me one more minute. God, as soon as I hit the accidentally was just hit something. One second, one second. Am I alive? Is this the Ruby one, right? I just hope I hit the right one. I hope, I hope. Hold on. Yes, I am. Okay. Anyway, what's up? I know. I was going to do a live last night, actually. This was going to be last night. I wanted to do the court hearing, but I was going to do this, like, talking about it last night, like, midnight. And I was getting it. That's when I was like, when I put this reminder up, and then I was like sitting there and I'm like, man, I'm getting tired. It's like, maybe I should just schedule it for, uh, in the afternoon. We could do it like a couple hours before the court. Um, so I've been following this case. I just have been busy with the Courtney Clenny files that I haven't been able to do a video on it. But I've been following the Ruby and Jodi case. I've been following it pretty good. Like I said, I haven't had time to talk about it publicly, but wow. What do you, have you guys been, obviously, if you're here, probably? Well, maybe not necessarily. Sorry, I'm still clicking on some things. Hold on one second. Okay. Um, who do we got here? Let me say hi to you, and we'll watch some things. Um, hi, Crystal, Katie, Shagnelli. 3:30, yes. It's at 3:30 because it's 1:30 their time or whatever. Yeah. Yeah, it's been crazy. So did you guys hear the 911? Okay, so they had the dispatch calls out and then the 911 call. Oh, my mic was right. I forgot to move my mic. The 911 calls I think just came out like yesterday or whatever. We could listen to those. Did you guys hear those already? Not the dispatch, because the dispatch calls have been out for a while, which we could listen to those again. I actually cut that. I did the dispatch calls where I cut out all the in between time, so it's just like them talking where we could just listen to it. Did you Have you guys watched? Have you listened to the 911 calls? I was gonna play though, the 911 call, I should say. Um, yeah, let's listen to that first, and then I edited a few videos together here. And then I found that court. Have you guys looked at that Sherry, the one daughter? She put together the court or the Google Docs file or whatever. I have that. Have you guys seen that? And you guys, anybody could add to it, but it has like people are adding to it all the stuff. Have you guys seen that? Okay, well, yeah, we'll listen to it all. We have a few hours to do it all. That's why I came on early so we could catch up for people that haven't heard everything. Um, so yeah, we'll do the 911 call, we'll do the dispatch call. I cut that up so it's like real nice and short for just when they're talking. And then uh we could go through the Google Doc that Sherry the daughter put together. Well, everybody kind of put together where everybody's adding different things on it. I don't know if you've seen that. So that's interesting. I did edit some clips together, but I mean, I know a lot of people are clipping together a lot of the same things they're finding in the videos. I think I found maybe a few ones that I haven't seen like repetitively that people are clipping together of clips of their like channel and stuff. I found this one yesterday with her and Jodi that was kind of interesting that they were talking about that because I was just trying to go through some of hers to see if there was anything like interesting in it. And I found this one they were talking, well, we'll listen to it. I was just like, that is such they have such a weird ways of looking at things, but then sometimes like they make sense, and then sometimes then they go off, and then they say something like, wait, okay, you were making sense for a minute, but now you're just like, no. So I mean, there's sometimes there's like good things within some of their crazy, like I don't even know what you call it. It does kind of remind me of Lori Vallow, like the way she talks, and like the whole the religious aspect of it, and how they're like so like confident that their way is the right way or whatever. But yeah, but that's probably how they get people sucked in. They have to make some people, they have to make it make sense a little bit. You know what I'm saying? To draw people in, and then they throw out these crazy things into it. But yeah, not that one either. Wait, what do you mean not that one either? Okay, let's do the 911 call first, and then I'm just gonna do it from this news channel that put it up, because I haven't had time to order that myself. Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, okay. All right, 1 second. All right, so let's watch the 911 call first, and then or listen to the 911 call, I should say.
911, the address of your emergency. Okay, and the phone number you're calling from? Tell me exactly what's happened.
I just had a 12-year-old boy show up here at my front door asking for help. And he's said he just came from a neighbor's house, and we know there's been problems at this neighbor's house. He's emaciated, he's got tape around his legs, he's hungry, and he's thirsty.
Okay. Is your door locked?
No, I'm sitting outside with him on the front patio.
Okay, cool.
And he asked us to call the police.
Suki. Thank you for becoming a member.
So he's very afraid.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
What's your last name? He's 12 years old. Yes.
Okay, and can you ask him his date of birth?
Can you tell me your birthday?
Okay, and are the neighbors out of their home, or is anybody looking for them that you can see?
No. Our homes are far enough away. I'm not sure. How did you get out of the house?
Porch. He went out.
He says he just left through the porch at the neighbor's house. Her name is Jodi Hildebrandt, and she lives 2 doors up the street.
Out here in Cayenne, the houses are far apart.
Yeah, out here in Cayenne, the houses are far apart, so he walked just under the block to get to our house. He rang my doorbell and asked me to call the police.
Does he seem to be under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
I don't think so, but he's very thirsty, and
need an ambulance?
I don't think he needs an ambulance. I'll let the cops decide that, but his ankles are taped up, and he won't tell us why.
Okay.
But he has duct taped around each ankle. Yeah, there's sores around them. I think there's a good chance he's been...
He also said...
Oh, and he has been around his ankles. I mean, his wrists as well. Okay, this boy has been... He needs... This kid has obviously been... I think he's been detained. He's obviously covered in wounds.
Okay. Let's get the paramedics headed over that way, okay?
Oh, that's a good idea, too.
Let's see. Has he told you where his mom or dad are?
Haven't asked him that. Hmm? Yeah. You know where your mom is?
I really got these.
Yeah, I'm sure that doesn't matter, son. Do you know where your mom and dad are?
Well, actually, I don't know where my mom is, but I do know where my dad is. He's not anywhere here. Nowhere here.
Okay. No, he doesn't seem to. He says he knows where his mom is, but
He doesn't know where his dad is.
That's correct.
I do know where my dad is.
Is his mom home?
He doesn't live.
He just says he doesn't live around here.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I just assumed everybody knew this case. Sometimes I forget that not everybody follows every case, and I should have gave you guys an overview. I am so sorry on what we're listening to. So this is Ruby Franke's kids. She had a YouTube channel called 8 Passengers where they had like millions of subscribers. I think she took it down, like a year or two ago? I'm not even sure the timeline when she took it down. She joined up with this Jodi Hildebrandt. Hold on, let me just show you some pictures here. I'm sorry, I was just assuming not everybody is hold on, let me just do a quick, just show some pictures so people kind of see who's who here. Well, actually, here, I have some videos up here that I was watching it. Oh wait, why'd I do that? Hold on one second. Let's see. Oh, I'm trying to see which one, maybe like a quick on crime. Hold on one second. I mean, I just wanted to show you a couple pictures so you guys could kind of have. I don't know which one it would be. Let's see this one.
This morning, a Utah mother known to millions for her very strict online parenting advice is now accused of aggravated child abuse. Ruby Franke is her name. Her YouTube videos became controversial for her take on tough love. She is due in court this morning after authorities say 2 of her own children, she has 6, were found to be abused and malnourished. Nancy Chen is here with more on the very disturbing allegations. Nancy, this is very troubling. Good morning to you.
Yeah, disturbing indeed.
So, okay, I'm not going to watch this whole thing because I don't know about CBS. No, I think I've used CBS. I think they're pretty cool with copyright stuff. But, Lily, at least you got a picture of who they are. She had a YouTube 8 Passenger. She joined up with this. Where's Judy? This is Jodi. I said Judy. Sorry, Jodi. She joined up with her on their page or their YouTube channel, and they have Instagram. It's called Connections or whatever. She's like a therapist. So when was this, like last week or whatever, when this happened, her son, Ruby's son, they were at her house filming this show that they film, okay, at her house, Jodi's. Her son, Ruby's son, crawled out of the basement. He was, I guess, tied up, but he had duct tape around his wrists and ankles. He crawled out under the basement. He was starving. He crawled out and went to a neighbor's house and asked them to call the police and ask them for food and water and stuff. So that's what we're listening to, the 911 call, and then we'll go over the documents of their charges and stuff. But first, this is what we're listening to, the 911 call. This would be the first thing. So it's actually good to listen to that first, what we've been listening to. So the neighbor calls, and that's what we were listening to, the 911 call of the neighbor calling because this boy comes to his house. He's a 12-year-old boy. He's got duct tape. He's got wounds on him. He's been tied up with rope. And yeah, so we'll also watch some clips. So she had, like, when she did her YouTube 8 Passenger with Ruby, when she did that, she like had some very like harsh parenting techniques where she got criticized for them a lot on social media, and she took her page down and she joined up with this Jodi girl here. And what's weird is, I think the rumor is that her and her husband, Ruby and her husband, they're still married, but I think they're separated. I don't think he lives there anymore. And if you go to Ruby's Facebook page, it shows when she married, that she's married, she married her husband, but then it shows she's in a relationship with Jodi. So I don't know if they're now like in a relationship together or not. It says like in a relationship with Jodi. So usually you don't do that with just your friends. It's like when you're in a relationship, you don't be like, oh, I'm friends with it. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know if they're in a relationship now. You hear her son on the 911 call say that his dad lives far away. He doesn't live around there. So I'm pretty sure his dad doesn't even live with him anymore. So I think they are separated. So, yeah, she's active on this 3 days before the incident. Yeah. Um, no, she took it down. I'm pretty sure she willingly took it down. This is a while ago. She took it down like I don't know how, a year or so ago. She took her, does anybody know a time when she took her YouTube channel down? At least from what I've seen, she willingly took it down. And now she's probably banned maybe, but no, she took it down herself. No, they're not banned. Actually, I swear I just was on their YouTube channel, but maybe like in the last day or so, but I was just on Connections. It was still up within, when was it? When I was looking at some videos, it was still up, unless if they just banned it maybe in the last couple days. But as far as the 8 passenger Rubies, they took it down, or she took it down. So let's continue watching the 911 call, and then we'll go over the court documents and learn a little bit more too. But that's just the basics right now. That's basically all you need to know going into this 911 call, is the little boy climbed out of the basement somewhere and went to the neighbor's house and told them to call the police. Okay. I think
at my front door asking for help. And he's said he just came from a neighbor's house, and we know there's been problems at this neighbor's house. He's emaciated. He's got tape around his legs. He's hungry and he's thirsty.
Okay. Is your door locked?
No, I'm sitting outside with him on the front patio.
Okay, cool.
And he asked us to call the police.
What's
so
his
he's
name?
very afraid. What's your last name? He's 12 years old. Yes.
Okay. And can you ask him his date of birth?
Can you tell me your birthday?
Oh, and real quick, so she has 6 kids. That's why they're called 8 passenger. It was the 6 kids and then the 2 of them. So it was when she was with her husband and stuff. So she has 6 kids. 2 of them are already living on their own. The daughter, Sherry, actually, we're going to listen to an interview with her. She spoke out. She she's happy. She made a response finally. She saw what her mom was doing and was like, yeah. So she's happy about that. Now the son that's 8, I don't know, his son's over 18. I don't know how he feels, the older son, but then all the other kids are minors. So yeah. At least I think. How old is the one daughter? Because in the 8 passenger video, she looked maybe like she was not the youngest daughter, the middle daughter. She looked like maybe she was like 14 or 15 when the 8 passenger was on, but I don't know how old those videos were. But I think the rest of them are all minors. I think only 2 of them are over 18.
Okay. And are the neighbors out of their home, or is anybody looking for them that you can see?
No. Our homes are far enough away. I'm not sure. How did you get out of the house?
Thank you, Shaggy.
He says he just left through the porch at the neighbor's house. Her name is Jodi Hildebrandt, and she lives 2 doors up the street.
Out here in Cayenne, the houses are far apart.
Yeah, out here in Cayenne, the houses are far apart, so he walked just under the block to get to our house. He rang my doorbell and asked me to call the police.
Does he seem to be under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
I don't think so, but he's very thirsty and...
Need an ambulance?
I don't think he needs an ambulance. I'll let the cops decide that, but his ankles are taped up, and he won't tell us why.
Okay.
But he has duct taped around each ankle. Yeah, there's sores around them. I think there's a good chance he's been...
He also said,
Oh, and he has them around his ankles. I mean, his wrists as well. Okay, this boy has been... He needs... This kid has obviously been... I think he's been detained. He's obviously covered in wounds.
Okay. Let's get the paramedics headed over that way, okay?
Oh, that's a good idea, too.
Let's see. Has he told you where his mom or dad are?
Haven't asked him that. Hmm? Yeah. You know your mommy and...
I really got these.
Yeah, I'm sure that doesn't matter, son. Do you know where your mom and dad are?
Well, actually, I don't know where my mom is, but I do know where my dad is. He's not anywhere here. No. Nowhere here.
Okay. No, he doesn't seem to... He says he knows where his mom is, but...
He doesn't know where his dad is.
That's correct.
I do know where my dad is.
Is his mom home?
He doesn't live
He just says he doesn't live around here.
Okay. Is his mom
Yeah, we're
in the
getting...
area?
Is your mom around here? Have you seen her lately?
No,
He doesn't know where she is right now.
Does he know his mom's name?
What's your mom's name? Ruby Franke? Ruby Franke is his mom's name.
Okay. How do you spell the last name?
Franke.
Franke.
Okay. And does she live in the area?
No, I'm not sure where she lives. He's trying to help us, but he's...
That's okay. We don't want to stress him out too much. The officers will go over all these questions with him anyway. I just want to stay on the phone with you until we get some help there, okay?
Yeah,
What's your name? Okay. Can you ask him if any other children were in the home he came from?
Okay. Was there any other kids up at Jodi's house? Anybody else? No. How old?
Our favorite time.
Yeah, this is the 30th of, or excuse me, the 29th of August.
It'll be the 30th of August.
10 and 14, and they're still at this house.
Are they tied up as well?
What's the deal with? Are they being held? Do they have wounds on them as well?
Nothing bad's going on with us.
Okay.
It's just me.
Okay. So they're able to walk around the house and everything. Well, okay. He says everything's fine with them. Grain of salt.
Okay.
He says what's happened to him is his fault.
That's not a problem. That's sad to hear. They're coming to you as quick as they can, okay?
Okay,
You're
yeah.
doing really well.
Yeah,
I just want to make sure.
He's fine. I've got him sitting here. My wife, he got him water and giving him something to eat because he's really he's hungry, and I think the young man, he's hearing his stocking feet. So he escaped.
Well, I'm glad that he was able to make it to
They're on their way.
so he could be safe. They should just be pulling up now. Let me know when they're with you, okay?
Will do. I hear a car, but they're not coming on the driveway. You did?
On mute. So real quick, it would be him that crawled out of the window. I mean, he's 12 now. This is a little older picture, but this is his younger sister. So I'm sure she'd be one of the ones that are down there too, and then the other sister. But anyway, so sad.
Good. Enjoy that banana, okay?
Yeah, he just
did the right
a
thing.
few seconds ago, so he might be waiting for his partner. I'm not sure.
Is Jodi up there right now?
Yes.
Okay. Jodi Hildebrandt is up there right now.
Okay.
So she may come looking for him here soon, but he's not gonna, obviously. We need the cops here as soon as possible.
I'm just asking where he is now.
Yeah, she's a bad lady. We didn't realize how bad.
Okay, let's see. I'm just asking where he is. Well, sounds like he's making a phone call real quick to his sergeant. He is going to head up.
Okay. All right. Well, if we have to take him inside the house, we will. We're just sitting outside right now because we have chairs out here, and it was convenient.
That's okay. If anything, he's sitting out down your driveway and keeping an eye on the house. So if that's where you feel safe, that's where the child feels safe, and let's just stay where you're at.
Yeah.
You're
Yeah.
on
I think
the
we're doing
front
this. Yes.
Does he have anything with him?
But no, he's wearing a long sleeve shirt and shorts, and it's way too big for him.
Can you tell me what color the shirt and shorts are?
Okay, the ambulance is here.
Okay.
So
Are they with you?
no, they're just not getting out of the truck.
Okay.
Okay.
I'll go ahead and I'll let you go then. You did a great job.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks, Mike.
Bye.
Okay, sorry. What are you guys talking about in chat? Oh, Clorba. Yeah, I know. How sad is that? Okay, I was like, I'm sorry, I was not reading the whole chat. Oh yeah, no, that but that's sad because a lot of abused kids, they do think it's their fault because their parents freaking manipulated them and brainwashed them into thinking like whenever they do something, I mean, it's their fault. It's always their fault. Yeah, it's messed up. Wait, what is the checkered fabric by her shoe? I don't know. Let me see. Where'd you see checkered fabric by her shoe? I don't know how far. Which picture? Are you talking about right here? The sock? I'm not sure how far back you guys are talking about. For pictures, I mean. So we'll listen to the dispatch calls too, but we could, you want to listen to watch a couple of the videos. Let's see. I have some of them clipped together, but I feel like the ones that are the most concerning, you probably have seen most of them because everybody's picking out like the things that she says that are most like, whoa, that's not right. A lot of people have already clipped them, but I have some of them. We can listen and see. Yeah, let me play that. Here's her and her oldest daughter. So this is Sherry. Now she's the one that we're gonna listen to a little bit of part of her podcast. She went on like in April, where she like broke away from him and realized, what was going on, and she's happy. She's like, it's about time, basically, that happened. Here's the husband, the dad. Here's the two oldest kids. This is a little bit of a while ago. So I think it was always bad, but I think it got worse when she joined up with Jodi. So I feel like a lot of people saw problems with her techniques, like even before she joined up from her YouTube channel. But I feel like it didn't get to a point where it was like really bad until she joined up with Jodi. At least, I guess it depends on how you look at it. But if some people might have thought it was really bad before that too. But I think it definitely got worse. And even from like Sherry even saying that that's when everything changed, is when she joined up with Jodi. It just, that she realized, that. So I don't think, it almost sounds like she might not have had too much problem with her before that. But wow, wait, hold on. Wow, look how different she looks there. Dang it. This is when her she looks a lot different there. It's when her oldest is a young. So what do you guys think? Do you guys think that she's in a relationship with Jodi or no? All right, so let's watch a couple videos, then we'll do the dispatch call. Did you guys hear the part of the dispatch call where that Jodi has a panic room? And maybe you guys could help me out. People that have been really following this close, are they saying that? Is he trying to say that the kids were in the panic room or they were in the panic room? Because if they really had a panic room and they were keeping the kids in the panic room, they wouldn't even have needed to tie them up, right? They wouldn't be able to get out. So when they were talking about, they found a panic room, and then he said something like, in the dispatch calls we'll listen to in a little bit, and he said something like, oh, well, we think that's where they are. Who? Like, that's what I'm confused. Are they filming in the panic room, or this was like, I can't get my head around it, because if the kids were in the panic room, they would not have been able to get out, right? Does anybody know? Oh, okay, Ellie. But you heard them in the dispatch. They said, I think that's where they're at. So who is it? What was he talking about when he said that? Was he talking about maybe that they were hiding in there after they realized the cops were looking for him or something? Maybe they just thought, in the dispatch, they just thought, oh, maybe that's where they were at. No, wait, I thought court doesn't start till 3:30. Opinionated? Hold on. Are you saying court already happened? It's supposed to start at 3:30. Hold on a second. That's what we're gonna do. We're gonna watch the court. That's why I did it a couple hours before, but it was supposed to be 1:30. Are you sure? Okay. I see, Shagnelli. Yeah, no, I mean, I got that, but I was wondering why he said that. I think that's where they're at, but maybe he was talking, they just assumed it. Okay, well, what was opinionated? You're good to be opinionated. You scare me for a minute because I don't want to miss the court. It's supposed to be at 3:30. Okay, so let's do some of the clips here. Hold on one second. I'm gonna have to share my whole screen for this, but let me get my, we'll do a couple clips before we do the final dispatch. All right. I just clipped together some of the things that people were, I tried to go through them, and it looks like everybody got all the, well, you can only see so much because the channel's been taken down. But from what I could find, like, there really isn't much that they missed on, like, the stuff that, for parenting stuff, you know, like from 8 Passenger. All right, hold on one second. Let me, share my screen. I have to share it a different way to, okay. I have to share it like this. It's the only way I know how to do it, with being able to share like files. Okay. So I put, let's see, I think it's this one that I, oh, hold on, I gotta skip the
clean floorboards.
the dispatch, because I had to redo the dispatch with the ending, but
Showing long patterns of selfishness. They have been showing through their choices their unwillingness to repent, their unwillingness to feel sorrow over some pretty egregious choices that they've made. So Kevin and I have decided that we are going to give the gift of truth to them this year for Christmas. We are going to give them the gift of boundaries, and we're going to give them the gift of repentance. So we sat down with them, and we told these two what our expectations were again, and we let them know how deeply sorrowful we've been because of the choices that they've been making, and how it's affected their teachers at school, it's affected their peers, it's affected our home, the siblings, and we just laid it out very clear. And we told them that this year they are not going to be visited by Santa. So they will, and we prepped them. We let them know that the Christmas morning, their 4 older siblings will be getting Christmas presents to open, and that they will have the gift of love from their dad and I, because we want them to really have a visceral experience that hits them. So up until now, I was really hoping that, like, keeping them home from school and wiping the floorboards would, like, really bring pain. Like, oh my gosh, I really want to change this behavior that I've been exhibiting. And it didn't, it wasn't painful for them. They're like, oh yay, we get to stay home from school and clean floorboards. This is kind of fun. It's like, so, you know, they've had these visceral experiences, you know, and they haven't affected them. It's because they're so numb. And so the more numb your child is, the greater experience, the bigger the outcome. They need to wake them up. You're not going to push a boulder with just your hands. You need some real leverage. And the biggest leverage that a little child has is probably Santa Claus. And so I expressed to them that I love your soul more than anything in this world. And I literally would do anything to invite you into repentance. And I know parents say that. I would do anything for my kid. But really, what I think most parents are saying is, I would give anything to you if I would pay any price monetarily. I don't know how many parents are actually willing to put any boundary in place that would bring a turnaround, that would really bring repentance. So that is our gift. Our gift is a reflection of truth to our child of, this is how selfish you have shown up. And it's not like once or twice. It's not 1 week. This is like months and months and months and months and months you have shown up this selfish. And so I'm going to reflect truth to you equally, which is about the equivalent of Santa not coming.
Let me have it. I'm buying you your backpack today. The least you can do is let me look at it.
Sherry, you are not entitled to this phone.
I was gonna connect to that.
You are not entitled.
Look how like she acts like a little kid. Now this is the mom, and she's just acting like a freaking little kid. So this is actually from the grandma. So her mom, the grandma, has a YouTube channel, and it's still up. I went through some of hers, and I actually there's like a clip I took, well, a couple clips I took from her channel that are kind of interesting. But yeah, so she has a lot of followers. She has a lot of subs. Her mom, it's crazy. Yeah, Shagnelli. I didn't realize that until like a couple days ago. I found her channel. I was like, whoa, her mom has a channel too. But here's the thing that confuses me, because that is her mom, right? I was trying to figure out that's his mom or her mom, because it's the grandma, and I came to the conclusion it's her mom. So, do you guys saw that interview on Court TV with the cousin, where he's almost like he's not saying for sure, the cousin, he or she's not saying for sure because they're trying to hide their identity. But if you read in between the lines, they're almost trying to say that the grandma treated the kids, right? Isn't that what you got from it? Which would be this mom. But I don't get that from her at all. But I mean, I guess people could portray, online, and you might not see that. But they make it seem like it started from, it's a generational thing. And if you kind of read in between the lines, it's like he's almost saying that he's like their first cousin, which his mom or dad would be Ruby's sister. I don't know, sister or brother, but see, that doesn't make sense, because it seems like all the sisters and stuff said they're coming together, and they didn't they saw what they were doing. I don't know. What did you guys get from that cousin? It almost seemed like that's what he or she was insinuating, but it's weird. I don't know. Maybe it is a little bit further removed.
See if your phone works now. It doesn't. Stop it! Mom, let go.
All I ever wanted was for Ruby to have a daughter just like her.
Look at her face. So the mom is saying, the grandma is saying, all I ever wanted is Ruby to have a daughter just like her. Now look at Sherry's face. She almost looks like, she makes this face like, no, I don't want to be anything like my mom. That's kind of what I got from her face, but maybe I'm just reading too much into it. But watch.
Good job,
She's kind
Sherry.
of like, I don't know. Maybe I read too much.
Ruby,
Okay, so I picked this clip out because the mom's like basically saying, wow, you're actually doing something besides like standing behind your camera filming.
caught you doing something besides taking pictures.
I can work. I can help.
I don't want to, but I can.
Grandpa, that was the worst. He did everybody's driveway this morning.
I'm so tired already.
You just sat around, is that what you mean? Or what?
I did not.
Yeah, so I don't know if I believe the whole generational thing either, because then after, like I said, looking into it and seeing that the sisters are all like united against her, they're they've been trying to get this looked at for a while, I guess is what they're saying, and then the mom doesn't seem, I don't know, I'm just that cousin, I'm not buying what they're saying. There needs to be more proof, I guess, but maybe it'll come out and it'll be all true, but it just seems like that, and it might not be totally honest. Do you guys know what I'm talking about, right? Some of you guys, so a cousin went on Law and Crime, and they like hid their identity, and they talked about like this generational abuse that basically they made it seem like their parents did the same thing to them, tied them up, kept food from them and stuff like that. I don't know. I don't know if I buy it. I will, I saw that, but I haven't got to watch it yet. I'll watch it though. So you think that there is, that they did do that to growing up? So then that means the sisters would have, I don't know, the sisters are acting like that. No, that's just crazy.
Here, hold still. I'm getting the fire out. That's what a loving
This
parent
is
does.
so weird.
Because nobody will do it.
So
It
weird.
looks to the world crazy. And because they've never been loved before, it looks like I'm angry. To them, it looks like I'm controlling. It looks like I'm militant. It looks like I'm a monster. It looks like I'm mean. It looks like I'm full of hate. It looks like I'm not accepting it. Because they don't know what love looks like or sounds like. This is what love sounds like. When you see someone hurting, you acknowledge the hurt. If your kid came to you on fire, would you say, I'm so glad you trusted me to tell me you're on fire, but if I put out the fire, that's going to really hurt and you're going to end up with scabs anyway, so I'm just going to love you where you are right now? No, you throw them on the ground and you start rolling them. You get a blanket and you start hitting the flames, and they're going to say, you're hurting me, you're beating me, you're controlling. It's like, no, dear, hold still. I'm getting the fire out. That's what a loving parent does. And because nobody will do it, it looks to the world crazy. And because they've never been loved before, it looks like I'm angry. To them, it looks like I'm controlling. It looks like I'm militant. It looks like I'm a monster. It looks like I'm mean. It looks like I'm full of hate. It looks like I'm not accepting it. Because they don't know what love looks like or sounds like. This is what love sounds like.
I'm sorry, that was the stupidest thing I've ever heard in my life. Her whole example of putting a fire out on your kid and how they like they're not gonna want to sit there and burn. They're gonna want you to freaking put this is the most stupid example I've ever. I don't know. I was just like losing it when I heard this. I'm like, what are you even talking about? And people are like, what, listening to this and being like, yeah, like what? But that's why I think they fill it in with some things that make sense. So therefore, when they do these crazy ones, it still pulls you in. So I feel like that they have to fill it with some things that actually will draw people in, and then they add the like crazy stuff. So then they got you. It's like a manipulation. You know what I'm saying? Where it can't be all crazy. Nobody's going to follow it. So they have to manipulate you into having some good stuff in there. So then it seems more legit. I don't know how to word that right, but I'm sure you guys understand. It's just what they do. But anyway, so this is just crazy. This one's crazy. I'm sorry. I know. What is she talking about? It makes absolutely no sense. I get what she's trying to say, but it's like, no, it doesn't work. It doesn't work. That was a horrible example. But first of all, the concept is stupid. That's not a good parenting. And second, that was the most stupid example I have ever freaking heard in my life. Like, what? The fire, like putting your kids like putting the fire out on your kid. Oh my God.
I'm doing a series around tactics of deception. In order for you to see truth, you're going to need to know the opposition. Anytime you go into battle, you need to know the enemy. And distortion is the enemy of truth. And so we're living in a world right now that largely believes truth is this subjective, ethereal idea, like, what's true for me, and you can have what your truth and my truth, and it's all different.
Very subjective, very based on how I feel.
Yeah, it moves, it's fluid, it changes. There's very a lack of base.
Go kick a rock and see how fluid that is.
I know, that's fluid. Well, it didn't hurt me. I don't know why it hurt you. I'm sitting here jabbing. There is truth, and there is reality, and there's one truth. There's one reality. All of us are living in the reality, and if that's uncomfortable for you, you will either sit in the pain and acknowledge and validate that this is painful. This reality it is breaking my heart. It is I don't like this. I want something and I don't get to have it. And okay, and you're surrendered to the reality, or you're going to go running away. And no one wants to go running away a coward. I know I felt poked, be handled.
Okay. So I guess I have to look up something on. Why won't this go down? Oh, so hold on one second. Daily Mail. Hold on a second. I want to look up something because something might actually came up on a thing. It looks like they might have moved the court hearing. We might not have court. Hold on one second. Let me look up. I think it was Daily Mail. This article. Why can't I find it though? Wow, yeah, here, you guys. Okay, look. So maybe that person was right. So they did have court or something and they just didn't televise it? Hold on one second, guys. I'm kind of mad. I'm not mad. If it's, we'll find it if it's televised somewhere or if they, it hasn't been yet. There's a, here, I'll show you. There's a article that came out from Daily Mail, but I can't find it. Daily Mail is the only one I could find that has any articles about it, which is, you think Court TV, Long Crime was supposed to be the one to live stream it or to do the court. So, but here, I'll show you the article that's weird. I haven't got to rate it all. I just, somebody, who's Shagnelli or whoever just told me that somebody had a new update. I just went and looked to see what it was. And so I haven't got to read it all. I just kind of read that thing, but here, okay, it says, exclusive YouTuber mom, Ruby Franke appears in court and turns on her children, making outrageous claims about their behavior and accusing them of SA. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. So mother of 6, Ruby Franke sobbed in court as she appeared for a shelter hearing for her 4 minor children to determine custody. Speaking to the public courtroom Thursday, the Mormon mom at times broke down as she made shocking claims that one of her minor children SA'd their sibling and molested several other family members and children in the neighborhood over the years. Come on. You gotta be freaking kidding me. You're going that route? A minor? So that means if there is any truth, which I strongly don't believe there is, but that means they learned it from somewhere. You know what I'm saying? I don't believe her, but I'm just saying if this would be true, that means they got it from somewhere, right? Where did they learn it from, Ruby? This is crazy. The popular YouTuber was arrested along with her business partner, Jodi Hildebrandt, last month and charged with 6 counts of felony CA after one of their sons was discovered with open wounds and duct tape on their limbs. So she appeared on via video from Utah jail, where she remains on a no bail hold at least until her next court appearance scheduled for Friday. Oh, this was from yesterday. Oh, so maybe we still are going to do Friday. Oh, well then how is this just coming out? I didn't even... So Thursday. They said Thursday, but that would have been yesterday. I didn't know she appeared before court Thursday. Did you guys? So it's still... Okay, it looks like there's still going to be something today. But wow, I didn't know that even happened. Here's the husband. Let's see. Let's see what this is.
Your fitness business has a dedicated following. A video can expand it even.
Hold on. Wow, that's crazy.
So do you believe the allegation, sir?
No comment, like I told you.
Sort of shocking allegations, though.
No, I haven't read the charges yet. I will. I keep getting sidetracked with other things, but let me finish reading this article and then we'll go over the charges. The court hearing presided over Judge Bazell lasted 30 minutes, and inside was Frankie's husband, Kevin, with his attorney, Randy Kester. At another table were the state's attorneys and what appear to be Frankie's 2 oldest daughters, appearing to be accompanied by attorney as well. Wow. Seeming to pin the blame for her behavior on her children. Franke went into horrific detail about how one of her 6 kids abused other children. She claimed that one of Frankie's kids began looking at you guys could read it too. I don't, at just 3 years old. Well, why would he have an opportunity to look at it at 3 years old? That right there is showing lack of parenting. That's because, you can see on her channel, she leaves her kids to, basically she has to have her own time. She's very like, oh, she basically expected her, I forget how old, she was a preschooler, her daughter, to wake up on her own and get ready for preschool, pack her own lunch. We haven't even got to those clips yet, but she expected a preschool aged girl to set an alarm, wake up, get ready for school on her own, and pack her own lunch for school. And then when she didn't wake up on time, she missed preschool. And then the mom blamed her. Well, you're old enough. You should be able to. Are you kidding me? So if this kid did look at that at 3 years old, that is your fault. That's nobody but your fault. Nobody should have access to that at 3 years old. I'm sorry. I don't believe it anyway, but I'm just saying, even if it were to be true, that it's still still you. It's still you. Like, you know what I'm saying? Anyway, I just heard a little thing I don't want to miss if somebody. Oh, wait, hold on. 1 second. Oh, there's just a subscription. Okay, thank you. Okay. So, yeah. So in one of the most shocking claims, Franke said that her children had been essaying her younger sibling for years, adding that eventually 2 of them began to abuse other children. She also claimed her 2 children played a patting game with each other, but did not go into further detail. Franke said that in May, her child confessed to essaying 20 people, including cousins and neighbors. Well, let's hear from them. Let's see. Let's see if there's any truth to that. Bring up the cousins and neighbors. She provided no proof of her sickening allegations. The court went eerily silent after Ruby made the disturbing claims. The judge then said that her alleged abusive child will then need to be placed in a home with no other children. And here's the hearing officer. Okay, so no probation assigned. Provides listed hearings to be open to the public unless if it is contrary to the interests of the justice. Okay, let's see. So the next judge set the next hearing for September 15th. And a September 18th pretrial. But is there still going to be one today, though? I'm confused. Isn't there supposed to be one today? But why? That's a September 15th or 18th. Okay, let's see. Franke's husband, Kevin, wearing a dark suit, sat at the table with his attorney, looking straight ahead as his wife made the sickening allegations. In a surprising courtroom move, an attorney who was sitting in the public viewing area stood up and asked the judge to hear details about the molestation of another child because a mother of one of the alleged victims was in the courtroom. Wow. The judge denied the request, citing that the details of the alleged abuse can be heard at a future time. Outside of court, Daily Mail attempted to get a comment from the mother whose kid was allegedly molested by Franke's child, but they refused to speak. Kevin and his attorney Randy left the courthouse about an hour later and gave no comment when asked if he believed his wife's shocking allegations, which we watched that video. Keister said he's been instructed by the court not to comment to the press. Out of the respect for the children involved, we have no comment. And it says the judge told Ruby if she's released from jail, she would need to attend hearings in person, and if not, they'll have to make accommodations for transportation. So here's the thing. She said, finally, the daughter posted after this is the cops and right before they arrest her, it looks like. Ruby Franke she first rose for her strict parenting style, which blew up on YouTube, made millions of dollars, she claimed. She had 2.2 million subscribers. documenting their day-to-day endeavors on social media along with husband Kevin. They stopped uploading January 2022, and the 8-passenger page was taken down completely from the website earlier this year. When asked why she left YouTube, she said she opted to stop uploading videos because she wanted to save her kids. That's the thing about her daughter forgetting lunch. Or Ruby said her daughter's teacher had texted her telling her the youngest didn't have anything to eat for lunch. And she said she forgot to make her own lunch. So she had to go hungry. And she even made a comment that she hopes nobody shares any food from. Hopes nobody gives her any food or shares anything to her at school. Shares any food to her with her. Sorry, I can't even talk. Shares any food with her at school because she should have to be punished because she forgot to make her lunch. Who freaking would want? Anyway, there's their home. She said all her kids are responsible for preparing their own lunches. She would not be dropping off any food for her daughter to teach her a lesson. Here it says, my hope is that she will be hungry and come home and be like, that was really painful being hungry all day. I'll make sure to always have a lunch with me. Okay, so let's look at the charges now. Wow. I said Frankie. Sorry, I know one time I said it wrong and I corrected it, Frankie. I know I screwed up one time and I said no Frankie, but of course I knew somebody would point it out. I know it's Frankie. Go back, you could hear me correct myself. And maybe when I'm talking really fast, you can't hear it, but okay, so I'm hot. I'm like sweaty now. All right, I have to share this a different way. Hold on. We'll go over the charges. Okay. Okay. Oh, actually, hold on. I want to go over this one. Okay, so hold on. I want to go over the one first. Or where do I have it? Oh, let me just read this. I have the other one. I can't find it now. Hold on. So the arrestee above will be released automatically 24 hours from the time of the arrest unless a magistrate signs an order and such order is returned to the jail before that time. If the judge has refused to sign the order, the arrestee will be released with a reasonable period of not time of 24 hours. So this is for Jodi right here. So we got aggravated CA intentionally or knowingly. Aggravated CA intentionally or knowingly. It's a felony F2. So August 30th. CA. So Blank climbed out of the window of an Ivan's residence belonging to Jodi and ran to a neighbor's home, knocked on the door requesting food and water. The neighbor observed duct tape on Blank's ankles and wrists and contacted law enforcement. Upon arrival, law enforcement observed the wounds and the malnourishment of Blank to be severe, and Blank was transported to the hospital. He was placed on medical hold due to his deep lacerations from being tied up with a rope and from his malnourishment. Jodi was found to be in the direct care of him and as he was staying at her home. In Jodi Hildebrandt's bathroom, I located gauze which had been used. This observation adds to Miss Hildebrandt's knowledge of the abuse in the home. Wow. Ms. Hildebrandt requested a lawyer and did not speak with us. Once given her charges, Ms. Hildebrandt informed me he are somebody should never be allowed around any other kids. With this information and the belief that Ms. Hildebrandt had knowledge of malnourishment, abuse, and neglect, this charge will be enhanced to a second-degree felony. I asked that Ms. Hildebrandt not be allowed bail due to the severity of the injuries and the fact that DCFS has taken 4 of Ms. Franke's children into their custody. I have yet to speak with 2 of them. CA Blank was found at Jodi Hildebrandt's residence after he made contact with police. He was found to be malnourished and initially refused medical. After approximately 4 hours, he agreed to medical treatment. Paramedics arrived and transported him to the hospital where he was determined to be malnourished by medical professionals. Sorry, I was just reading some of you guys' comments. Paramedics arrived and transported him to the hospital where he was determined to be malnourished by medical professionals. Jodi Hildebrandt was found to be in the direct care of him. Once given her charges, Ms. Hildebrandt informed me that he should never be. So there's 2 people. Somebody and somebody should never be allowed around any other kids. So this is just saying the same thing about with this information and the belief that Ms. Hildebrandt had knowledge of malnourishment, abuse, and neglect, this charge will be enhanced to second-degree felony. I asked that Ms. Hildebrandt not be allowed bail due to the severity of the injuries and that DCFS has taken 4 of Ms. Franke's children into custody. Same thing. I have yet to speak with them. I believe this to be additional conditions of detention. Felony committed while on probation or parole or while free on bail awaiting trial on previous felony charges were out on probation or parole. So let's see, hold on. Count 1, count 2, count 3. So second-degree felony, the defendant intentionally and knowingly inflicted upon a child blank serious physical injury or having the care or custody of a child, or caused or permitted another to inflict serious physical injury. Count 2, second-degree felony and the defendant intentionally knowingly inflicted upon a child. So that's same thing. Aggravated child intentionally unknowingly. 6 charges. Okay. 6. Yeah, 6. So this is on Ruby's. So prior, so age of current arrest, 41. Current violent offense, yes. 20 years older or younger. Current violent offense and 20 years old or younger, no. Pending charge at the time, no. Prior misdemeanor, yes. Prior conviction, no. Prior conviction, yes. Prior violent offense, nothing. Hold on 1 second. Let me. I'm like hot. Dude, that's crazy though that she said that. So wait, when was this article? Hold on a second. I want to see. How did I miss this? If this was, when did this article come out? September. What is today's date? Oh, it did just come out today. Okay. So it just came out today. I was like, how did I miss this? I was up all night looking at stuff. The article where she was in court. It looks like this was yesterday, right? So how come that wasn't? I'm confused. How come nobody was aware that she was going to be in court yesterday? Right? Hold on. Let me look up something real quick. That's crazy though. I just can't believe she's blaming him. And like I said, even if there is any ounce of truth to that, which I'm I need proof. I'm not gonna, yeah, I think she's a freaking liar. So, but that would be her fault anyway. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like that would still go back to her. You should get him in therapy and be a better parent and get that behavior, try to learn that behavior away. And then, you know what I'm saying? And they learned it somewhere, but I think she's just making up an excuse. You know what I'm saying? But like I said, if for some reason it comes out to be true, it still goes back to her. Still goes back to her. So sorry, buddy. A kid doesn't just start doing that out of nowhere. A kid that young. I mean, that's too young for a kid to do that and not have learned it somewhere. You know what I'm saying? We just did that, Julie Hunt. We've already done that. That's what that's what we're talking about, actually. I'm just trying to find something else now. But yeah, we already read the Daily Mail. It's crazy. That's actually what we're like dumbfounded talking about right now. It's like, what the heck? All right, let's do I don't know if you guys even want to listen to the dispatch. I mean, because it says the same stuff. Basically, I mean, do you? I mean, I know it's been around a lot. I'm sure most of you guys have heard it. It just basically says, they're talking about the 911 call. Since we heard the 911 call, I don't think it doesn't really say anything new. It just talks about how they're looking for like, who's the mother? Oh, it comes back to Jodi and Ruby Frank, and they're trying to figure out who it is. And then about what the kid said, and then about how they found a panic room. That's about all. So I don't even know if it's really necessary to listen to that since we listened to the 911 call. But I do want to, hold on, let me do, wow, that's crazy. I'm still like trying to like absorb what she said and try to like, it's just, wow, I don't even know how to. Just give me 1 second. Yeah, it looks like Daily Mail's the only one that. Hold on 1 second. Yeah, 1:30 today. Yeah, so the ones when I was reading Jodi's, I found Frankie's too, or Ruby's too. It's the same. It's basically the same, but it looks like she has 6 counts. So it looks like Jodi's the one that maybe has 3 counts, and she has 6 from what I'm looking at. So it's basically the same stuff though. So if you guys were wondering, the one said Jodi, but I just found Ruby's. I knew I had it. But yeah, it's like, it's the same stuff. All right, let's listen to you want to listen to Sherry's appearance on this podcast? This is from like April though. So this is their oldest daughter. All right, 1 second.
Can you give me some breakfast?
Actually, let's watch a little bit more of those clips that I have of them, and then we'll. Okay, so first of all, I did want to go show you this here. So this is a public safety assessment reported by assessment report suggested Franke's release before trial with restrictions. So this is I feel like I read it was her lawyer was trying to, so I read that one right here, but right here where it's saying that release type. So she could either be released on her own recognizance, no conditions, or released with conditions. So you have either pretrial release conditions, report your contact information and any change in address, phone, email, promise to appear for all required court proceedings, promise not to commit any criminal offense, must sign a jail release agreement or remain in custody and be brought before a judge for a decision on jail release order conditions. Check in 1 time per month by phone, 1 time per month by person. So there's different options here. You have like some of the optionals: UA screen, drug screen, appear in court when required, commit no new offenses. So, I mean, her lawyer is obviously going to try to get her released on, pretrial type things where she gets to, check in and you're kind of like out on bond and stuff. So I swear it said, hold on a second. I thought it said that this was his report somewhere. It says a district court in Utah recommended the release of Ruby Franke, known for her 8 Passengers YouTube channel, who was charged with 6 counts of 2nd-degree felony CA. Yeah, it says a public safety assessment report suggested Franke's release before trial with restrictions, including monthly check-ins by phone. So that's what they're suggesting, is that. So I don't know. Don't know if that's going to happen, but yeah. So once again, if you guys, this is that Daily Mail article where she basically accuses that, I'm guessing, at least from what it sounds like, it's the ones they had tied up. So for sure the son, the 12-year-old son, and then I don't know, they're making it seem like there's 2 kids because reading Jodi's those documents we read of Jodi's where it was like 2 people. She's like so-and-so and so-and-so should not be around other kids. So they're blaming 2 kids for CA and other kids, but I don't know if, so obviously they're saying the boy was 1 because it sounds like they're saying they had him tied up because they weren't allowed around any other kids because what they were doing to him. Sorry, I want to hear from these other kids. I don't know if it's wow. So yeah, so she's trying to blame the kids being tied up. Well, they have to be because they're not allowed to be around other kids because what they're doing to them. So they have to restrain them is basically what she's saying, what she said in court yesterday. So, but the judge is not probably, for sure is going to need to get proof on that. So they're going to interview other kids or whoever this supposedly happened to, and they're going to figure out if this is true or not, And yeah, they said that one of their kids, at 3 years old started looking at, porno, at 3 years old. So if that's true, how does a kid have access to that, Ruby? How? At 3 years old, how would they even know? Like, at 3 years old, how would you even know and have access to that unless if an adult is somehow letting you have access? There's no way at 3 years old that somebody that has good parents would ever have access to that. That makes no freaking sense. All right, so let's watch. It's just crazy. Okay, let's just finish watching this here.
And it didn't help clean anything.
You're a liar.
You didn't do anything this morning.
You left. You didn't see me eat the breakfast.
But you didn't do anything to help.
Because I slept in.
And
Because it's a Saturday morning.
We were all cleaning and Mom wanted us to, and so you didn't do anything.
Mom didn't come tell me anything.
Chad, she asked us to clean the house and you didn't do anything.
I fell asleep.
And I woke you up like 4 times. I had to roll you over
I
to
didn't know it was Saturday. I thought you were cleaning your own room.
I see the tears. I'm so mad at you. Why am I crying?
No one's even gonna notice. No one even knows until I point it out. The hard part,
you're crying,
is I'm gonna have to match it with the other eyebrow. The good news is I did it on purpose. You obviously have no taste because this is terrible.
Prickles is downstairs.
You can fix it by rounding it a bit with your brush, your pencil. The way you pencil in your eyebrows can really soften that. And it's really pretty. It's just not your style. I was doing it more my style.
Do the other one.
Whatever. Do you want me to do it rounded?
Nope. Down here and the glass just broke. If that glass breaks, the whole basement gets flooded because this whole thing is full. So we're trying to where are you guys dumping it? I don't know. Go dump it in the road. Okay. All of the wood chips are completely ruined. All the plants are probably dead or will die. Oh my gosh! Get bagels out of there! That's the whole bit.
In my experience, I'm gonna.
Right. Oh, here's the. So not only does she mess with her eyebrows, now she messes her hair up too. Is this on purpose? Maybe.
Honey, I'm so sorry. Something Kevin and I have done.
Rewind it enough. Hold on.
Oh.
Like a teeny bit off it right there.
No, don't do that. No.
Well, then,
no, don't do that. Because
it's so ugly.
If you part it on this side, it helps it because it puts more hair on that other side. So if you part it, I know you're not used to it and your hair is not used to it, but it thickens that side so there's no more hole there. And you're just gonna have to be strategic in how you fix it. It'll thicken back up. It won't.
When?
Oh, your hair grows fast.
It's so ugly. Look, it's like a line.
I know.
Mom.
Honey, I'm so sorry. Something Kevin and I have done with our children that is actually working really well.
Really won't get anything for summer. I won't be able to go anywhere. I don't have any friends. No iPads, no TV, nothing.
And now I have no friends.
You can play with friends.
No, I don't have friends.
I don't have friends either.
I literally...
And they're not anybody's children but mine and Kevin's. And we are doing a really good job of listening to them.
In my experience, I'm gonna be honest, my parents haven't really given me space, and that's been...
Do you want to know the #1 most triggering thing Kevin and I have ever talked about? It is not sex, and it is not politics, and it is not religion. If you want to get people really riled up in social media, you start talking about responsibility. It's like the R word. People don't like to hear it. And we are actually training our children to be ready for the real world. We've been accused of not training them for the real world. Actually, we are. And I think...
just because we shield them from distractions, we're being told that we're not preparing them for the real world.
I think that there is a lot of fear that...
Real quick though, shield them from distractions. How did your 3-year-old son get a hold of that kind of material? If you're doing a good job shielding them from distractions, how the heck did they get a hold of, if that's true? You know what I'm saying? How are they watching it at 3 years old if you're, you're full of it.
Is coming because the viewer actually isn't. If you are one of those people who has commented hate because we're not preparing our children for the real world, I think the truth is yours. One comment once explaining how I expect our children to live out on their own outside of the house after they're 18 and after they've graduated from high school I was accused of abuse. It's like, it's abuse to expect your children to be responsible.
To grow up and be productive adults.
You guys, it's crazy, ridiculous how people are so scared of responsibility. It really does freak me out just a little bit. It's where the entitlement has come in, and so many parents are scared to raise their teenage kids. So many parents are scared of their kids. Do not be scared of your kids. Don't.
My kids are literally starving. I hesitate to say this because it's going to sound like I'm like a mean barbarian, but I told the kids, I said, I'm not even going to let you eat breakfast until you get your chores done.
You have the internet, you have seen news articles on my sister.
That's her sister. So now this is her statement that she comes out after the arrest. So this is Ruby's sister.
Ruby from the 8 passengers. And my sisters and I, we are on the very same page. We put out a message. You can read that on Instagram. And for the last 3 years, we have truly clung on to each other and offering support to one another. And I don't think any of us could have ever seen this coming. We all did as much as we could legally, and you don't know what you don't know. I do feel a little bit numb at this point. The only thing that we ultimately care about is that our nieces and nephews are safe, and they are. And that is the only thing that matters to any of us. It is going to feel weird for me to move forward. And I think, do I just move forward?
Just take it a day at a time. Who knows what anything has in store, but we just know right now that those kids are safe.
I don't have any thoughts even for myself. I don't know what I would even tell myself, let alone tell all of you. I think times like these is where it really tests your belief in God. And I know that timing is everything. And I know that they will be taken care of. I know the kids will be okay. And I know our family will be okay. And things like this happen. And somehow we each find a way to move forward, no matter what situation you're finding yourself in. The sun rises every day, the sun sets every day, and each day you move forward. That's all you can do.
I'm telling you, I was making millions, and I left it because my kids were being hurt. With entitlement, they were being hurt. With people's advice, and they didn't have a mother up the front saying, I don't care what the world's opinion is. This is the truth, and this is where I stand. And fortunately, I had a chance. I had them in my home long enough to do it, and I'm not going to lose them. They're seeing truth, they're accepting truth, they're loving truth. And so this is my passion, is to invite you to stand in truth and put your opinions to the side for a minute. Because your kids are the target of distortion.
Are they okay? Are they okay? Are you okay?
Russell,
This was my first car crash.
and you know what? I want to tell you something, and I want you to really listen.
We should have been in that crash. Hello, hello. Welcome back to Moms of Truth with Jodi and Ruby. How is your summer going? As I'm recording this, it is July. So for those who are going in the public school system, or maybe even some private schools or charter schools, or if you're in this traditional go back to school in August or September, you are in the middle of the summer with your children. How is it going? Do you hear, I'm bored? Do you hear, oh dear, from yourself perhaps, oh dear, what are the kids going to do today? How am I going to keep the kids busy? How are the kids going to stay entertained? How many of you have ever felt fear like, oh dear, if the kids don't have something to do, then they're going to be getting into a mess or making trouble or creating havoc. So I need to make sure my children are not bored. It's this like monsters are to children what boredom are to parents. Like, oh dear, like anything. I just don't want boredom. Now, this is a place that I think is common. I know I have been there, and it is distorted. Okay, so how is boredom a distortion? Can boredom be done in truth? Let's break this down. So boredom, everybody, let's go to something everybody has. Everybody has a desire to connect. Well, what does that mean? Every human has a desire to connect with their body. They want to feel good in their body. They want to feel in control of their legs. They want to be able to walk. They want to be able to take an apple, bite into an apple, chew it up, swallow it. When people become older and teeth start to bother them, it's bothersome not to be able to take an apple and just bite into an apple. And it because it's a form of disconnect. That doesn't mean you're bad. I know a lot of people will hear me use the word distorted or disconnect, and they think I'm saying that means you're bad. And that's not what I'm saying. Disconnect is upsetting. It's uncomfortable. When I am not connected and I'm walking down the stairs, and because I'm not connected, I trip, that's uncomfortable. So being connected in your body is something that every human desires. Another thing all humans desire is to be connected with other people. I enjoy running into people. I saw someone today that I haven't seen in quite some time, and it was exciting to see them. He had put my trampoline in the backyard, and I ran into him, and he said, "Oh, I haven't seen you in a long time." And he said, how's the trampoline going for you?
Thank you, MK. Thank you for rejoining. Aw, that means a lot. That helps a lot. I'm going to take a break and let's read an article, and then we'll go back to this because, look, you could see I have a lot more clips. I still have I'm only halfway through, so we'll kind of like intermix it with. There's so much to go over. I know we're not going to be able to cover it all in the next. We still have an hour and a half before court, but I'm going to try to get like a good variety. So I do want to. Shorty reminded me the Neighbors. So there's some articles about the Neighbors coming out. Oh, and we still have to listen to the podcast with Sherry too, because that's interesting what she has to say. But this is like back in April when she does a podcast. So actually, let me write this down because those are two things that I for sure want to make sure we get to. That is the podcast. And then we have the Neighbors we'll do right now, and then we'll go back and watch the rest of this. All right, actually, let me. You know what? If I go, I have that. I think I put all the links here. Okay, Neighbors. Here we go. Okay. So Neighbors say they tried to help Ruby Frank's kids before. Frankie's kids. Maybe I do accidentally keep saying Frank's. I know it's Frankie's, but I think when I'm reading. Okay. Okay. Okay, so they Neighbors tried to help Ruby Frankie's kids before. YouTubers arrest on CA charges. Okay. There's a couple actually articles. There's articles of their neighbors and of Jodi's neighbors. Okay, so neighbors of Ruby Frank, the woman behind the 8-passenger family YouTube channel, who was arrested this week on CA charges, said several people in close-knit community were concerned when police officers arrived at Frankie's home in Springville, Utah on Wednesday. Frankie was sometimes criticized on social media for how she treated her children on YouTube videos. The two neighbors who spoke on the condition and anonymity, I can't say that word very good, but hold on, let me make this bigger. There we go. Ooh, that's too big. All right, that's good enough. Where are we at? Dang it. Sorry. citing concerns for their safety, said that they and others who lived near the family had long been worried for the safety of the children, and that neighbors in the community had previously alerted the Utah Division of Child and Family Services. Everyone is just breathing a collective sigh of relief because we thought they were going to come out of the house with body bags, a male neighbor said. In a video shared with NBC News, law enforcement officers surround the home with guns drawn. In a second video, at least 7 police vehicles line the street. NBC News saw a photo provided by a neighbor showing what appears to be a hole in the home's front door. Neighbors said Frankie would insert herself into other neighbors' lives. One neighbor cited an incident in which Frankie gave a sermon-like lecture over what she called inappropriate postures of women. Inappropriate posters of women. Oh my God, I can't even talk. Of women posing in shorts that were displayed in a garage. Frankie kicked her husband Kevin out of the home last year, a source with knowledge of the relationship said. Frankie did not immediately return multiple phone calls and emails seeking comment about her arrest and allegations from her neighbors. It is unclear whether Frankie has retained an attorney. Reached for comment, Kevin Frankie's directed NBC News to his attorney, Randy Kester, who did not respond to multiple requests for comment about the arrest or request for a comment about the neighbor's allegations. Neighbors accused Frankie of withholding food as punishment for her children, behavior that was also shared on her YouTube channel. They also claimed that after her husband was out of the home, Frankie would leave the house for weeks at a time with the children inside. Wow. I remember that she took away their Christmas one year, the male neighbor said, and she would say things like, they're not repenting correctly, which is a Mormon term for their sinning. Just complete insanity. The male neighbor recalled how Frankie's youngest daughter, Eve, who is about 10 years old, would wander the neighborhood while her mother was away for prolonged periods after she kicked Kevin Frankie out of the house. Eve would look for companions in the community, the neighbor said. The neighbor said it did not seem like she was attending school. And then it says the Nebo School District, which represents that Springville area, did not immediately reply to a request for comment. She would just knock on your door and say, "Hi, can your kids play?" One second. Where are we? He recalled, and we're like, well, they're at school. They won't be home for 3 or 4 hours. And she'd be like, I'll wait, he added. She's like this lost child. And then just basically talks about how they were arrested, facing charges, and how the 2 children were officials say 2 children were taken to a hospital in St. George, about 255 miles southwest of Springville, where the neighbors said Frankie spent much of their time with Jodi. It said neighbors said Frankie began spending more time away from her home in Springville after she got involved with Hildebrandt's life counseling service Connections, which has been criticized online for how it teaches parenting to its followers. The teachings include prioritizing the organization's principles of truth over people's children. So it says Hildebrandt did not immediately reply to multiple requests for comment. It's unclear whether she has an attorney. A female neighbor said she and others in the community had tried to get authorities to intervene for at least a year. The female neighbor said she thought things were bad for children, but she said she was deeply upset after she learned about the condition that they were found in. I'm really angry because I spoke up. Other people spoke up, she said, and nothing happened. The female neighbor said she and others in the neighborhood asked the Utah Division of Children and Family Services to intervene multiple times. The female neighbor said she made an initial call to CPS around September 2022. She then got a voicemail, which she shared with NBC News in response. In the voicemail, a person who identified herself as working for Child Protective Services said she was talking with someone who has some concerns about someone in your area. After that, she said she saw authorities making a wellness check. However, she said no one answered the door for the officers. At some point after the officers left, papers were put up in the windows of the home, both neighbors said. Says the Health and Human Services did not immediately respond to a request for comment. The female neighbor said she hopes... Oh, what happened? Hold on. Let me see what. Ashley, subscribe. Thank you for subscribing. Ashley Young. Okay, so I want. Oh, wait. Yeah, it says the female neighbor said she hopes Frankie's children know that some members of the Springville community have long hoped authorities would step in to help them. I want those kids to know that the community loves them and wants them to be safe, she said tearfully. If people knew the amount of tears and time spent talking with law enforcement and CPS over the last year, I want people to understand that. And I want those kids to know that because I think they thought they were abandoned. Okay, so actually, and then, hold on a second. I wanted to, so this is some of the responses. So she would send out to people like, look, I want to show you. This is from like some Facebook groups. So she would say, okay, so this is, wait, hold on. Where is it? Hold on. So she reaches out to channels that were using her videos, like sends them like cease and desist letters and stuff. So it says, one of them says, good afternoon. As you know, we represent Family Vlog Channel 8 passengers who continue to be harmed by defamatory videos uploaded to YouTube by your client. In addition to reputational and financial damage to my clients, the videos uploaded by your client have resulted in harassment of my clients and even inspired a baseless child protective service visit to their home, which traumatized their children. Thus, in the spirit of resolving this dispute without the need for litigation, we request that you advise your client to make the following videos private or otherwise unavailable on her channel immediately until we can work out an appropriate settlement. Here's another one. There are multiple statements across your various videos which are defamatory per se, including that my clients are exploiting their children as workers in violation of labor laws, that they are forcing their children to sleep on the floor, and that they are allowing their children to go hungry, which is all true. The one oldest son he had to sleep on a, what do you call it? So basically didn't have a room, had to sleep on a, I forget what you call it, like a beanbag chair or like a, not a bed for like 6 months, I think he said, for a punishment. So, and he was like a teenager, you know? Anyway, so to sleep on the floor, and they're allowed their children to go hungry. These statements and others have caused harm to my clients, including, as you are aware, resulting in a bogus child protective service investigation. And she says, I see you have made 2 of the subject videos private on your channel, which my client appreciates. However, one offending video as identified in our firm's June 17th, 2020 letter still remains. I will be happy to speak to your attorney, but I believe we can resolve this matter if you remove this video. Another one. I am following up on our firm's correspondence, reattached here for your convenience. Other YouTube creators we have reached out to have agreed to remove their defamatory videos, which are causing continued harassment of my clients. I am writing today in the hopes that you will do the same so that we can avoid a legal escalation of this matter. If I do not hear back from you, I will assume that you have no intention of cooperating in good faith and will proceed to file a lawsuit. Here is Sherry. So this is the oldest daughter commented. Hey, y'all. Today has been a big day. Me and my family are so glad justice is being served. We've been trying to tell the police and CPS for years about this, and so glad they finally decided to step up. Kids are safe, but there's a long road ahead. Please keep them in our prayers and also respect their privacy. And that's where she says, finally, you pay. And then here is the guy that he goes on a couple shows. The guy that was basically had an incident with Jodi. So says hello. This will be his story here. And there's articles, and then he does a couple interviews too. But I'll just read this. It gives a good overview. It says, hello, Facebook. Years ago, I was recently married and with 2 small babies attending BYU. I had just changed the statute of limitations in Idaho, where I spoke with the governor at a press conference as he signed the new laws. Then I moved to Utah. I moved to the married housing and joined a married ward at Y Mount Terrace. I don't know. Therese. How do you even say it? No, that is Therese. Yeah. The same apartments I was born in. I was a pre-med student and an international relations student in the honors program finishing my junior year. Then catastrophe struck. Within months, I was single, not allowed to see my children, kicked out of school, not allowed to go to the temple anymore, so deemed unworthy and treated like a danger. At one point, I was arrested and in jail for 14 days with 4 felony charges against me. My court fees were above $200,000, almost all in the civil divorce court. I was ordered to take a lie detector test and a Alfie co-sexual test. I had a 500-page rap sheet at the BYU Honor Code office. Yeah, pretty much I was treated like a perpetrator of children, of women, and of men. But the only problem was this isn't how people are in real life, and there were no victims. There were no crime or intention for one. I had crossed paths with the wrong people. Oh, wait, hold on. I went out of order here. Hold on. Oh, thanks, Shorty. Hey, Ryder, Wolfpack, Ellie, Kayla. Thanks for coming. Okay. Like 9 months before it began, my then wife and I had just finished a settlement with Boy Scouts of America. So we had money and we were recommended to take marriage counseling. That court case, while going to school and taking care of a baby, was stressful on our marriage. So my bishop told me to go to Jodi Hildebrandt. My then wife and I did. That was the single most destructive decision I had made in my life. I had no idea at the time what this charismatic lady was actually capable of. And second, I didn't understand what some high-up church leaders who had been watching me closely as a whistleblower were capable of to hide the truth a whistleblower could bring out in Utah with laws that would have helped victims to come forward. I'm not going to go into my whole story here, but Jodi Hildebrandt was deeply embedded in the Mormon church with some leadership and was the main cause of the divorce with my ex-wife. She went illegally around spreading false information to my bishop, to the BYU Honor Code office, and my civil divorce proceedings about me, and to many more. She had secret meetings with high-up Mormon leaders who suppressed the CA and BSA in southeast Idaho. This charismatic lady basically convinced many people that I was super dangerous in response to me refusing the $2,000 a month counseling and asking questions in therapy group sessions that increasingly broke the cult. She totally violated the doctor-patient privacy rules and simultaneously started having a completely inappropriate relationship with my ex-wife. And she took huge amounts of money from us. DOPL charged her for having a dual relationship with my ex-wife, but it was too late. The damage was done. When my attorney subpoenaed her, she had no records as a therapist that I was dangerous. So all the lies she made up about me as her patient didn't only break privacy, but were unprofessional. Today at like 5 a.m., I woke up and read the news. I wasn't shocked, and I can't tell you the flood of emotions I've had today seeing this woman has been arrested for aggravated CA along with Ruby Franke from 8 passengers. I never got vindication for the damage and abuse this woman did to my life. I just had to learn how to move on. I never thought I would get vindication in this life. But now all these public servants and church servants who hurt me under this woman's lies and deception will realize they were all wrong, or they were on the wrong side. Hey, Adelina. Hey, Peyton. They followed a true violent cult leader instead of me. I always told the truth no matter how ugly or what I was up against. Shame on all of you who ignored the truth and followed this lady until I thought I was going to go crazy. Shame on all of you that thought she was cool and helped to do her bidding in the popular and easy way, the way of the new righteous. This woman is an absolute C abuser. She is a complete psychophant. Did I say that right? Psychophant. And her body count of body count of people's lives she has destroyed dwarfs any of the abusers I have known, which says a lot being me.
Like 42 and you're 40.
Oh, shoot. Oh, wait, hold on. This woman is an absolute... Oh, I already read that. Okay, wait. I pray to God that the good people of this land will be capable of holding her accountable and put her behind bars for a long time where she belongs. All Jodi Hildebrandt cares about is money and power. And the irony that her, the cult master of teaching boundaries, no matter what, would cross those boundaries to teach her boundaries, that she would do this to children is unconscionable. Yeah, it talks about the public safety department. The boy was taken to a local hospital where he's placed on medical hold due to his deep lacerations from being tied up with rope from his malnourishment. Police then found a 10-year-old girl in Hildebrandt's home that also appeared to be malnourished. But see, here is a screenshot of that, where it says she's in a... So basically, like, married to Kevin, and then look. January 1st, 2022, in a relationship with Jodi Hildebrandt. Now, do you... Kenneth, thanks for subscribing. Are you in a... I mean, would you... Does that mean they're in a relationship? Because you don't just put in a relationship with a friend, right? I'm a little bit confused about that. So I don't know if they are, which is fine. I mean, I'm not judging. I'm just wondering, did she leave her husband for Jodi? Is that what happened? Sounds like it to me. And then hold on, let's see if there's anything else I want to read before we watch any more videos. So I still have some links. So we're going to go through this. So the daughter put together this. That's what we need to do. Yeah. She put together this Google Docs that has a bunch of stuff, which we're going to go through. But hold on. So yeah, Kevin says he wasn't aware of the views. Hold on. So she did get disciplined. Jodi, she kind of. So this is that thing he was talking about. I don't think this is a coincidence. Listen to this. Look at this. Look what it says that she basically specialized in. So is it a coincidence that they're freaking blaming this kid, Ruby's son, for that? Or is it just some kind of I don't even know what the word for it, but just some kind of delusion, because she probably turns everything into this. You know what I'm saying? I mean, come on. That's what you specialize in, and then you're accusing this little kid of it? Basically, you know what I'm saying? But anyway, it said that she was reprimanded by the state for discussing a patient without his permission. It says all the claims made by Jodi were false. The man asserts he lost his privileges in the church because of it. She lied in wherever she went on an agenda to destroy her life. I guess she went on probation for 18 months. She had to meet 22 conditions or she could lose her license. So I don't know. Do you guys know, did she get her license back? Because the conclusion of this article, it doesn't seem like it's very clear. It says the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints said Wednesday that Hildebrandt is no longer on the LDS Family Service referral list due to the case. This is now when they're talking about the case, they're not talking about this case. They're talking about the case with this guy, what she did to this guy. Okay, so don't get that mixed up. She is the director of Lifestar Utah County, which is a company based in Utah and specializes in sexual addiction, and so it specializes in that. Excessive use is not recognized as a disorder by the American Psychiatric Association. So what happened is the conditions on Hildebrandt's license include working under a supervisor approved by Utah Division of Occupational and Professional Licensing. So what she had to go through is the supervisor will sit on, videotape or audio tape at least one clinical session a month and review 20% of her patient files, according to a January order from DOPLE. The supervisor will also instruct her on issues related to confidentiality, boundaries, and relationships. She may also need to undergo psychological evaluation and complete treatment if necessary. Oh, she did, Karen? Thanks. Okay. They said she got her license back. Hildebrandt did not return a phone call or email messages. Okay, hold on. She agreed that her actions violated state law and the American Counseling Association Code of Ethics. It says, Robert Harrison said in an email that her license is active and her practice has and will continue without interruption. That's right. They did say that. Okay. In 2008, Hildebrandt provided therapy to a married couple, John and Jane Doe. So this is that guy that was just got basically disbarred, or what do you call it, from the church, and because all of the scrap she made up lies about him and stuff. But it does say he has subsequently been told he can return to study at BYU if he chooses and is currently a member of the church. So she repeatedly discussed the couple with her LDS clergy and mental health therapists without having signed authorization. She talked about John Doe to the Honor Code office at BYU. In conversations, Doe said she accused him of having serious problems, but never actually diagnosed him or spent enough time with him to do so. She spent hardly any time knowing about my life. She didn't want to talk about my personal goals or my progress. She would only threaten me that if I didn't take more sessions and have my wife take more sessions, the alleged addiction would destroy my life. In addition, Hildebrandt was providing therapy to his wife. She allowed the woman to work in her clinic without documenting whether she had given the patient information about the benefits or risk of blurring therapeutic relationship or their therapeutic relationship. Let's see. Says John Doe said he did not have addiction issues, and once he began to question Hildebrandt's therapy, which cost $1,200 to $2,000 a month, his personal life started to unravel. He believes Hildebrandt was using his marriage as leverage for me to pay for everything. So yeah. Interesting. Okay. Okay, so let's actually watch, let's watch this. Let's listen to this.
You pay for vacations. This is how we...
So this, right now, what I'm playing is, Sherry, the daughter, the oldest daughter, the one that said, finally, she went away to college and, realized and basically said, finally, like, they're arrested. So this is back in April she did this podcast. So this is before the arrest, but after she realized, the cult, the crazy manipulations and stuff. So this is her on this podcast. Okay.
You pay for vacations. This is how we get to do fun stuff. Mm-hmm. Like, you don't love it every day, but you do it because it's work. But even still to this day, I get embarrassed to go out and like film in public, even though I've been doing it for like 8 years. Yeah. I go out by myself. I'm like hiding the camera. It got hard, especially
growing up.
Yeah, growing up. I mean, junior high phase, just I don't think was great for anybody. And then I feel like as I got older, people got like meaner in the comments. They would say things like, oh, she's just a Molly Mormon, like she's just gonna grow up, become a baby making machine, like
wow. Oh my gosh.
Just because she's a member of the church. And so there was a lot of attack on religion.
13.
Yeah. So there was a lot of attack on religion. People made fun of me because like I took school seriously, and they were like, she needs a life, and which like I agree, I did need a life besides school. But
yeah, but it was not hopeful. You had like bully, like people have like the typical bully and like the person making fun of you at school. Strangers who are grown adults.
Yeah.
How did that affect you as a young kid?
I found myself, like, I would tell myself, it doesn't matter what they say, like, I know how I feel about myself, and I think I believed that for a while, but I always would find myself just, like, checking comments on Instagram, on YouTube, just to see what people had said about me.
Whether it be good or bad, you feel like it was okay?
Because I just wanted to, like, be aware of what people were saying, I guess.
When do you feel like, what was the thing that made you become more aware that they were equating it?
I think when they started like talking about God while they were also talking about their same curriculum and stuff.
Self-help, growth.
Yeah.
Got it.
And so I was like, oh, well, the gospel and this go together. Like, if I live this curriculum well, then I'll be a better church member, and vice versa.
I was wondering, okay, so on that Daily Mail article, they did say it was the next hearing was 13th, 15th, but then later on, like at the end of the article, it said Friday. So I'm a little bit confused. That's why I was like, maybe there's still going to be something today. But I noticed it said, what, the 13th or 15th? But what, here, let me show you. I think I read that right, and then we'll watch the rest of this. But let me show you what I'm talking about. Is this the Daily Mail? Let's see. Unless if I'm getting it mixed up. Hold on one second. So I know it says the dates, which is September, you know, in a week or so. September 15th and 18th. But look, where does it say the Friday? I swear it still said Friday then. Hold on. Well, either way, I still wanted to go over some more stuff. So, but we'll wait and see. Where does it say? I swear that it said Friday still. Maybe not though. I mean, it does give those other dates. So I don't know, guys. Like I said, I'm going to be on another hour anyway, so we'll just see together. If it's not, then oh well, we'll wait till the 13th and 15th, or 15th and 18th. I swear in this article it said Friday though. Next hearing, judge has not accommodations. That's why I was confused. I was like, why does it say Friday and then it gives dates that aren't Friday? I don't see the Friday thing, but I'm reading this really quick, so oh, okay, Jen. So it still is going to be today too, right? You're saying, all right, let's just continue watching it. Like I said, I'm going to be on for an hour anyway, so we'll see. And if we find out it's not on, whatever, it's not on, but it might still be. It's confusing. I don't know, because why wouldn't we have known? Like, how come if she was going to court yesterday, how didn't any of the media or news reporters realize that until today, that she went to court yesterday? That's kind of weird. You know what I'm saying? Like, did they sneak in like a court hearing that was like a day early or something? But all right.
So.
And I think we should throw a disclaimer out there that life coaching is a very controversial space right now in the mental health field.
Yes.
Because
there's low accountability.
There's very low accountability. You don't need a license to become, like, there's no state certification for life coaching. And so you have to be very, very, very careful and research very deeply if you turn to life coaching in any sense, because literally anybody and their dog could become a life coach and say they're a quote unquote certified life coach.
Versus therapy, which is I don't know.
Like therapy counselors, you need a license, you need
a
degree.
A couple different degrees.
Yeah.
A very intense licensure exam and tons
and then you're also
hours.
Under the board, like the Utah like Doppel, where it's like you can file a complaint, they can take away your license. I remember going into it, and one of the people had said to me, like, I don't think you have a lot of like empathy for other people and a lot of compassion for other people.
Like towards you individually?
Yeah. And so I was like, okay, like I'm gonna work on it. And so I would say my prayers at night and be like, Heavenly Father, like, why don't I have empathy? Like, please help me to like have it. And so I look back at like a lot of the things that I prayed for at that age, and I like feel bad for myself that I was like so concerned with like, help me be clean, help me be empathetic. Like, I don't know what to do. And then I feel like I would work on it, and then I would go and talk with these people, and they'd say, you're still not getting it. And I would just like lose my mind over like, what else am I supposed to do? Like I said, I joined it when I was in 10th grade. I got like more strongly involved throughout high school. So I graduated like very much on board with all of it. And then I came to college, and I started to like interacting with roommates and people that I hadn't met. I was very judgmental. I was like, wow, she's wearing that. Like, she's going to hell. Wow, she's wearing that. God's so mad at her. Or so like I was still very like judgmental about people like that. And I would take religion classes, and they would talk about, you know, God is so gracious and kind. And I'd say, well, they've got it wrong. And so I was just very like critical about the world. Like some things within my family were happening that I started to question, like, I don't know if this is okay. Like, I don't know if God would actually support this. Like, is this really the gospel? And so for a long time, for like 7 months of my freshman year in college, I was just debating. I was like, I don't know what to believe. Like, I believe the gospel is true, but I don't know exactly what that gospel is.
Yeah.
Like, I didn't know where to draw the line between
life coaching and
yeah,
the
like
gospel.
life coaching and the gospel. A saying stuck out to me that he said. He basically said, like, you should worship God in spirit and in truth. And I was like, wow. And like I didn't think much of it at first, but it stayed with me for days. And I looked at that, like, we should worship in spirit and in truth. And I had just been doing one of those things. At that point, I was very convinced, like, this is too extreme. I need to do something, change something. But I wasn't sure how. Because, you know, I want to honor my family. We're supposed to honor our parents. And I felt that to disagree with them was sinful, and that God would be mad at me too if I did that. Yeah, and I had friends that would point out to me when I'd come home from my family. They're like, "You're different. Like, you are going back to how you were in high school." You know, and a few months ago, started going to like therapy, and that definitely helped to have like an outside person not tell me how to think, but be like, "This was wrong," or like, "You're totally okay to feel like this." And so that was like more of validating just how I thought, because a lot of times I'd want to, you know, love myself, and I'd want to, but then I'd always be like, no, like, I'm lying to myself. I need to be hard on myself. And so to have someone else tell me like, no, like, it's okay to like love yourself. And I was like, oh, those thoughts had been there the whole time. I just never like took them seriously. For me, looking back, like, God placed some people in my life, like really good mentors, that were able to help me through it. Really good bishops have been amazing. I've been able to reconnect with like a family that I was friends with in high school, and they've kind of taken me in as their own daughter. And so like I had them to go to. It was hard to like not have my own family. And then to hear other people talking about their trials and say, well, my parents were my rock. Like, they were there for me. And I was like, man.
Wouldn't it be nice?
Yeah. Moving on to a new phase of my life, I want to be able to, like, start my own life in a way and be able to move past everything. And so, like, I picked up yoga.
Let's go.
Never did yoga. I was like, this is actually pretty fun. Like, this week, it was St. Patrick's Day. I went and got Irish food. I was like, just like really stupid things like that, honestly, that it's like, I'm experiencing life in a new way that I haven't before.
Oh, I didn't have it on me. Okay, so. All right, let me change that. Okay, so let's. So here is this, wait, where is it? This right here. So this is this Google Doc thing that Sherry put together, where you could like add things to it, where it has like a bunch of stuff. So it's like episode set, you know, it tells the episode and what it talks about, emotional development in children. And you can click on it, and then it'll take you to the video. Well, that video is not available. Some of them have been taken down, but most of them are there. Okay, so this says a kid eats a bunch of junk food and feels sick and needs to throw up, or about the kid who isn't taken to the doctor, even if he has a very high fever. Pain is a part of life and teaches us, from the 9-minute mark. So it has this link. Hopefully this, I think this is the one that's not there too. Yeah, shoot, hold on. Her saying she won't feed her kids breakfast when they're starving until they do their chores.
And my kids are literally starving. I hesitate to say this because it's going to sound like I'm like a mean barbarian, but I told the kids, I said, I'm not even going to let you eat breakfast until you get your chores done. If I let you...
Let's see. Ruby talking about leaving minors alone so she can nap.
And we lived in a townhouse, and there were a lot of stairs that went up to my bedroom, and the family room was down a long flight of stairs. And I put my 2 children, my almost 6-year-old, she's probably 5, and then Chad, my 3, almost 4-year-old, on a couch, and I put on a movie. And I said, I am going to go lay down. Do not move from your couch. You got your blanket, you've gone to the bathroom, the doors were locked and bolted, and I said, I'm going to go lay down. I'm going to lay your sister down for a nap, the baby, and I'm going to go lay down. And when I come down, I will get some lunch for everybody, or a snack, or whatever it was. So they were fed, they were full, they were emptied, and so I thought, okay, everything's good. And I made it very clear. I said, do not, under any circumstance, go into the kitchen. Do not go into the kitchen. You just stay right there and watch the movie for an hour. And I went upstairs and laid down. And an hour later, I came downstairs, and the movie was still going, and they were sitting on the couch, and they were cuddled in their blankets. I thought, oh, good. They did what they were told. Oh, I'm so glad. I'm so relieved. Okay, so I went into the kitchen to start preparing some food. And as I walked on the floor, my feet went, they stuck. I'm like, my foot is stuck to the floor. And as I lifted my foot up off the floor, it went, like you could hear the stickiness. I could hear it with my ears. I thought, oh my gosh, what is on this floor? And I took another step, and my foot stuck and went, like it was like just sticking on the floor. And I thought, what is this? So I did what any mother would do. You know what I'm going to say, young moms? I knelt down on the floor, and I smelt it, and I couldn't quite tell. And I stuck my tongue out, and I licked the floor. I'm like, oh. And I licked the floor. I'm like,
who, like, that is not what a normal person would do. You don't know what's on the floor. Maybe smell. I get, you could smell it. Yeah, I would smell it. That's something a lot of people would do. But to lick it, no. I'm sorry, not ever. You don't know what's on that floor. That could be I mean, that could be like, I don't know. It could be anything. Like, you don't lick the floor. Are you kidding me? She said she kneeled back and licked the floor. Who does that? Is just, that's ridiculous. I'm sorry. That's not normal. That just, I mean, it's not like, that part's not like I mean, it's just weird. Like, why are you going to lick the floor? Oh my God, I know. I could see smelling it, but yeah, no lick.
This is pineapple juice. What in the world? How did pineapple juice get on the floor? And everywhere I walked, my foot stuck to the floor. And I thought, what? How? I'm trying to put the pieces together. Like, what happened? So I called my 2 kids, and I said, come here. And they came over, and I said, do you guys know why this floor is sticky? No, we don't know. And I said, this floor was absolutely clean before I went upstairs. I went upstairs for an hour, and I came down, and now it is covered. There is something that's going on, and one of you, or both of you, knows something, and you're not telling me. And I'm going to stand here until you do. And my son said, I know why it's sticky. I said, oh, and why is that? Well, I thought I cleaned it up, but I guess I didn't. Him saying this in his, 3 or 4-year-old vocabulary. He showed me that in the fridge there was a big Tupperware of pineapple with some juice in it. And he said, I went into the kitchen and I got the Tupperware pineapple, and I opened it to get some pineapple, and it spilled and went everywhere. And I hurried and picked up all the pieces of pineapple, and then he showed me, he said, I got a paper towel and I cleaned up all of the mess and put the lid on and put it in the fridge so it didn't look like there was anything wrong. Well, you as anybody older than 4 years old knows that if you have pineapple juice and you take a paper towel and you soak up the pineapple juice, you're not actually cleaning the pineapple juice. You're just making it look like there's no pineapple juice. And so I looked at him, and here's where the compassion comes in, and I hope that you can hear it. I said, that's a good thing that you told me that what you have done, and you didn't clean it up. You didn't actually clean it up, and that was dishonest. So I'm telling him the truth. You said you would not go into the kitchen, and you did. I told you under no circumstance are you to get off the couch, and you did. And I told you I would be feeding you as soon as I come down.
How is that compassion, though? Like, for her to label that as compassion? I'm not saying like this incident is like this horrible CA thing, but the fact that she's labeling this as like, oh, she had, here's where the compassion. I'm being so compassionate because I'm telling him the truth. That's not compassionate. Compassionate would be understanding why he did do that, why he felt like that he wanted to get up and get a snack. Maybe like to understand, well, maybe he was hungry or he wanted something sweet. That's compassion. Compassion is not like, oh, well, because I'm telling you the truth. Well, her messed up view of like what that's the truth. I don't know. It's just weird. But I mean, what? She's like, I hope you guys could see the compassion in what she's telling him right now. That's not compassion. They're mixing up these words. I mean, what are you even talking about? You don't know what that means then.
And you felt entitled to go take. You felt entitled to take what was in the fridge and eat it. And then you made a mess. And then you tried hiding it by lying.
Yeah, compassion isn't that. Compassion is understanding why the person did something and understanding where they're coming from and feeling. You know what I'm saying? It's not, and still like being able to be, I don't even know how to describe it, but yeah, just that's not. So like they're teaching these kids like messed up concepts. It's not right. It's not what compassion is. And if you're teaching your kid that's what compassion is, how are they gonna learn to have compassion for others? And the thing is you heard Sherry, the daughter, talking about how she like struggled with herself on things like that because she didn't think that she knew how to like to have empathy. She talked about empathy. You know what I'm saying? She's like, she prayed for it and stuff. So it's like, it's because the mom is putting these crazy thoughts into their head and teaching them wrong ways of understanding things that now they are doubting themselves. And that's not right, because usually humans have like this innate way of feeling, as long as you're like, healthy, mentally healthy, like obviously psychopaths and narcissists and stuff like that, they're not going to feel empathy, but like normally we're born with this way of naturally feeling like empathy and compassion. But if you manipulate that and change what that is and stuff, then that is going to mess up somebody growing up. You know what I'm saying? So I feel like she did a lot of damage by teaching these concepts that weren't even real, like that. And look, now her daughter, like I said, is doubting it. But it sounds like her daughter is a very smart person, that she's able to get therapy and she's able to see, what she did, and is going to be able to become successfully and healthy and being able to move away from it. But like these younger kids, I don't know if they are. All right, let's see what else. So we already saw the taking away the Christmas gifts. Eating disorder. Oh yeah, listen to this one. This one made me mad.
She just knows she's getting a hit by not eating, and she's getting a hit by lying about it. And you are so easily fooled that you go along with it. So what you need to do is get big and say, no, I know exactly what's going on here. I will not be lied to. And then her world needs to get really, really small. I don't know if she's involved in a friend group. I don't know if she's part of you said she's not part of sports. I don't know if she's part of any extracurricular group. I don't know if she's doing after school things. I don't know what she's involved in, but you need to know more about where your daughter is. You need to know who she's around. You need to know what other influences are coming into her life. I would get her off of the smartphone, off of the phone, off of the internet, because all of those are sources that endorse and enable and encourage the lack of eating. They are sources of distortion and lust. Your daughter is being very controlling. This is a control issue. She's trying to control her identity. She's trying to control her pain. She's trying to control her who she is.
So the truth is that she's right about a part of this, but it's not viewing it totally right. So it is a control thing. Like eating disorders is a control thing, and it's usually stemming from somewhere, right? Because maybe they feel like they have no control anywhere else, so they're going to control what they eat. You know what I'm saying? Like she probably has no control in her home, so she wants to control something, so she can at least control what goes in her body. But the fact that she is looking at it like it's something that her daughter can just change like that, it's deeper than that. It is a disorder. It's something that she's going to need therapy. You know what I'm saying? It's way deeper. When it gets to that point, it's probably already a thing where it's like, it's not going to be like, well, nope, you just have to quit. No, it's not as easy as that. I mean, she probably is going to need help and stuff. So, but I mean, she is right when it is a control thing. It's something that they're trying to control, but she's wrong on the fact of how to go about changing that, and like she's almost like blaming her daughter, which that's not the case. It started from somewhere. But the one here, listen to this. This is this the one I want to do? Yeah. This is really messed up right here. About listen to what she says.
If you end up pregnant, then you had sex first. Or if you were pregnant, you were taken advantage of. And what did you do to put yourself in this situation where you're being taken advantage of?
What did you do to be put in a situation when you got taken advantage of? She's talking about somebody that's been RAPED. Did you hear? I mean, what? Let me play that again.
If you end up pregnant, then you had sex first. Or if you were pregnant, you were taken advantage of. And what did you do to put yourself in this situation where you're being taken advantage of?
So I don't know. I wish I knew in context. That's still messed up because it was labeled the RAPD, but I didn't, the context, it was just taken out, like kind of out of context. But either way, taken advantage of, she means in that sense where somebody actually really took advantage of them, or taken advantage of in a way where like they taught, you know what I'm saying? Whatever that is, it's still wrong to blame. She's blaming the person. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not sure what the context of that was taken out of. I just know what it was labeled as. See, if you look at, it's labeled as what did RAP victims do to be RAPD? So I don't know. I wish I heard the whole video to hear the lead up to that. But oh, you guys probably can't read this. Hold on, let me see if I can make this as bigger. Yeah, there we go. See, that's what it was labeled as right here. But so that's why, I mean, if that is what they were leading up to talking about, then that is really wrong. Either way, it's wrong what she was saying, I feel. Let's see what this is. So you could add stuff in this too.
Torturing him. Stop it. I know you're not, but it looks like you are. Okay, Russell. I'm only going to say it one more time, and then you're going to lose the privilege to eat dinner.
Lose the privilege to eat dinner for wrestling with your brother. Stupid. Isn't that what boys do, brothers do? Let's see what this is. It says Ruby Connections views LGBTQ topics making it uncomfortable for people to be themselves. Let's see what she says.
Ah, Sundays.
Oh, wait, I don't know.
All that I'm scared of saying anything wrong, that will preclude you from being able to see principles of truth. And that's don't know if that's offensive or not, has come out as transgender. Okay, so right there already, this gal is writing this question and she's already gone into control. She's saying, I don't know how to talk about this. I don't know if I call her niece. I don't know if I call her a nephew. I don't want to offend anyone. So already there's control. And you can't have truth. You can't have principles if you're in control.
What are you saying?
Yeah, I'm going to skip that just because. Oh, shoot. I didn't mean to do that. Okay.
Dude, that was my motivating drive. It is my motivating drive for creating this content. I was a hugely disconnected, selfish, aggressive, neglectful mother.
Entitled.
I wanted my kids to be happy, which AKA translated into, I want my kids to get off my back because I want to do what I want to do. I want to be able to go to Target. I want to be able to shop. I want to be able to have a moment of silence where I can just think. It was all about me. And I made my kids responsible for that. And so I allowed them to have what they wanted.
Let's see on their Facebook page what we got going on. So we have, what, half hour left. Zeke. Stop it, buddy. You want to come say hi? So is there anything out? I don't think there's any other updates, though. I've been trying to... Zeke. Why did I go to images? Parenting advice, business partner due in court. Yeah, they're still going to be in court, guys. They're supposed to be, at least. Lori Vallow reminds me a lot of her for some reason. Yeah, Friday on charges that she and the owner of the relationship, counseling, business abuse, and starved her children. Yeah. So they are scheduled to appear at a brief virtual hearing later Friday. Yeah. Cool. So it's still supposed to happen, it looks like. Gosh, the ones that sound, and I've seen that video. The one where she says they don't have any privacy. I can't remember where I saw that, where she talks about how, like, her kids know. And basically everything that she has is hers. Everything in the house, everything it's her, not her, like, her kids don't own anything. It's all hers. Let's see what this is. Oh, there's a lot of them that are being made private. I wonder why.
In my recent video talking about 8 passengers, Ruby trying their baits looks like
I don't feel like comfortable using those kind of videos. So I wonder, that means like recently they became private, because I think this doc, I feel like this Google Doc, when did this start? Why do I feel like it just started when the arrest happened, right? So the fact that, I wonder why all these videos they're being made to be private. And it's like people re-upload them, I'm saying. It's not like from the 8 passengers. So why are they making them private? It's making me wonder. Oh, let's see what this says. So these are some messages from Connections Moms of Truth. So somebody talks about, so basically it's the daughter's fault that she's not eating. Interesting. And Ruby says, I'm hearing that this video is triggering for you. I'm not sure if... Let me make this a little bit bigger first. I'm not sure you were actually listening to what I said. Where in the video did I say fault? This has nothing to do with anyone being at fault or anyone being bad. This has everything to do with how the daughter perceives herself, and the way she perceives is completely up to her. Ah, yes, she is starving herself, has body image issues, is rapidly losing weight, but it's not eating issues. I really, really hope this mom doesn't listen to you, because it's obvious that she has an eating disorder that doesn't make her manipulative or a bad person. And Ruby says, the root of all eating disorders is never the eating. If it was about the eating, then the solution would be to eat. It's the perception of eating and the perception of self and the perception of the relationship with food. That is at the heart of an eating disorder. The lying to the mother is manipulative. And are you going to take responsibility for insinuating that I called her a bad person? This is not about being a bad. This is about a young girl who needs intervention. She needs a mother who will speak the truth. I agree she needs intervention, but the video we listened to, it sounded like you were leaving it up to the kid. My kid always comes first. And then Connection says, may I invite you to see the truth? God needs to come first, not kids. When you finally place God in front of you, everyone in your life, in front of everyone in your life, then you can begin to truly love everyone. And then somebody says, Connections. I thought Connections wasn't faith-based. Not everyone believes in God. Let's see what this is.
And my kids are literally starving. I hesitate to say this because it's going to sound like I'm...
That's the same one that we keep playing. Well, we could watch the rest of that video I put together, because a lot of these are the same ones, it looks like. Oh, the journal. Let's see this. Gosh, why are they all becoming private?
So if you don't want to have a baby, then do not use your agency to engage in sexual contact. Now, I know that nobody talks about that anymore. Like nobody. I don't hear that from anyone, like abstinence. That used to be around when I was a kid, abstinence. But nobody says that anymore. Because everybody feels like they have a right to just do whatever they want. And then they have these consequences, these outcomes of STDs or pregnancy or rape. And they don't want to take any responsibility for their participation in it. Now, when I say rape, what I'm talking about is you engage in a sexual relationship and then you may say, stop. And the person's like, I'm not stopping. I'm going to take what I want. I'm not talking about like someone attacks you and forces you. I'm talking about your participation. And then at some point you say, I don't want to do this anymore. And, because the person you're with just says, I don't care what you want. Because that's the kind of person you've chosen to hook up with. So, Mom, I am saying this with so much love to you. Now you already have your child. You've already...
Wow. Yeah, that's... Zeke, come here, buddy.
So your daughter is not losing control over her eating habits.
Oh wait, this is the same one we already watched.
Are they okay?
Oh, actually, I already watched that. I have some clips of that in there. All right. Oh wait, here's another response. So somebody says, "Your body, your choice. What makes you feel good?" And Ruby says, "Bonnie." This response is exactly how we ended up with litter boxes in the bathroom stalls in the 7th grade locker rooms. Where is the truth? What? Anyway, so what do we got? We got 25 minutes. Whew. Let's see what we got in these. All right, I'm going to play that video that we were starting to watch.
You know, if I'm sitting here, you know, let's say I came home from this interaction and I had nothing else to do. You know, I went to my meeting, I ran into this person, and then I came home, and now I'm sitting. I have some space of time where I'm not going anywhere and nothing's expected of me. Now I have a choice. How am I going to perceive this time? How am I going to perceive the fact?
Is it not? Oh, I didn't share. Hold on a second. Forgot to transition it.
You know, if I'm sitting here, you know, let's say I came home from this interaction and I had nothing else to do. You know, I went to my meeting, I ran into this person, and then I came home, and now I'm sitting. I have some space of time where I'm not going anywhere and nothing's expected of me. Now I have a choice. How am I going to perceive this time? How am I going to perceive the fact that I don't have anything pertinent on my schedule right now? Okay, so this choice is I can choose to relax and say, oh, this feels really good. I have a moment to catch my breath. I could choose to say, I feel nervous that I don't have anything to do. I feel nervous if I have downtime. I feel nervous that I don't give myself permission to relax. I don't give myself permission to rest. I could choose to perceive it as bad, as stressful. I could say, oh, I'm bored, I'm fidgety. Boredom is a choice. It's a choice. Boredom is my choice of perception of how I view my time. If I don't have anything to do, how am I going to perceive that? Am I going to get worried? Am I going to get cranky? Am I going to get angry? Am I going to be thoughtful? Am I going to hold it in truth or distortion? Boredom is a disconnect with myself. It's a form of immature thinking. It says, I am disconnected with my body. I am disconnected from my thoughts. I am disconnected from my feelings. I have a sense of entitlement. Boredom is a sense of entitlement. Now, when I go, you know, let's say I have a child come to me and say, Mom, I'm not sure what to be doing right now. Is there anything you want me to do? I finished the backyard and I'm going out with my friends tonight for ice cream, but I have, 5 or 6 hours before I really have anything I need to do. Do you need anything? That is not a bored child. That is a child who says, I want to be responsible with my time. That is a child who is choosing to go into creativity. Truth creates, distortion destroys. Now, this same child could come to me and say, yeah, I got the backyard done and I'm going out to ice cream with my friends tonight, but I've got 5 or 6 hours. What should I do? What should I do? I'm bored. Okay, well, this child has not taken responsibility yet. They maybe haven't learned the skill of saying, I am motivated internally. I am an active participant in my life. Here's what I would like to create. Here's the direction that I want my life to go. I'm really interested in this. So now I might enable the boredom. I might engage my child and say, okay, so you're going out to ice cream tonight with your friends and you've got the backyard all done. Why don't you go spend some time reading this book? Here's a book I'd like you to read. And why don't you go do that? So I just enabled that it's
We never told our viewers
that I woke Russell up at 2 in the morning and told him that we're going to Disneyland and he has to pack. And he got up and made his bed all neatly and then packed all his clothes in a suitcase. And then he walked out the door and I'm like, Russell, and he's like, what? And he's all happy. Has his sunglasses on.
Do you think it's funny? Because
and then I walk out.
If you think it's funny, then that was 7 months ago. Maybe you need longer without a bedroom.
It was not funny.
Russell got the big bedroom and Chad got the smaller bedroom. And Russell's bigger bedroom also had a bathroom. But what you guys didn't know was Chad didn't get any room. He didn't get anything. He was sleeping on the floor in the family room. Abby, we took the phone away from Abby in November. And you may never get the phone back.
Probably not.
No, I have no friends.
You can play with friends.
No, like I don't have friends.
I don't have friends either.
I literally like told my friends I'm not hanging out with them anymore
because
they say some pretty messed up stuff.
I don't even know where they live. They're pretty far away.
So, summer goal, become the best athlete I possibly can.
If you cut one more thing in my house,
we're chopping its head off.
I'm going to take the scissors, look at me, and I'm going to cut its head off.
Grandma will be so mad.
So what are you going to do?
Are you going to cut anything else? No.
You promise? Look at Mama. I just got a text message from Eve's teacher, and she said that Eve did not pack a lunch today, and can I bring a lunch over to the school? This happens quite often when you're raising children, because I know that her teacher is uncomfortable with her being hungry and not having a lunch, and it would ease her discomfort if I came to the school with a lunch. But I responded and just said Eve is responsible for making her lunches in the morning, and she actually told me she did pack a lunch. So the natural outcome is she's just going to need to be hungry, and hopefully nobody gives her food and nobody steps in and gives her a lunch.
I'm gonna explain the rules to this.
7?
We're done.
Julie, stop and take their homework.
So you're all like, what? I have your attention now? Is that it? You're all gonna listen? If you have something in the bag that you would like out, you can pay cash for it. So you learn the value of your items. Or you can give what? Dad, I'll let you take the conversation from here.
You can do an equivalent value chore to get it back.
What's it?
And whatever isn't claimed by the end of the day goes in the garbage.
For 30 minutes.
Come out.
Found dead skin.
She found dead skin. Come out.
Dead skin.
Get out from underneath my bed. Right now.
Dead skin everywhere. I write that song.
You wrote that song, Dead Skin? You're gonna have to write, I'm dead now, because you're in so much trouble. Look at me. You're going straight to bed, and you don't get dessert today. We're all gonna go out and get a cookie.
And play a family game.
Eve, you cannot be in my room and do that.
The cotton balls. Should be in there.
I don't have any. Will you go in your bathroom and get some? Russell, go take these and throw them in the garbage can. We had family dinner, and I was looking and looking and looking for Eve, and I was like, why isn't Eve at the dinner table yet? She usually comes to dinner as soon as I call her. And then I go looking outside. We've been looking for 30 straight minutes for her, and I was starting to get worried, and I was like, okay, we're gonna start calling around the neighborhood, and if I can't find Eve in the next 20 minutes, I'm calling the police.
Okay, so I'm gonna put on, they already have the reminder up for a long crime, so I'm gonna put on put that up. One second though. Okay. 1 second. There's so much, guys. Like, it's like I don't even know where to play. There's still a ton more videos, but I'm kind of mad because I started downloading some of the connections videos, but I'm kind of mad because I wish I would have. I didn't realize I should have realized they would take it down. I wish I would have got more of them to go through. So because now it's taken down. But it looks like, hold on. Or the Instagram is still up. But the YouTube, I can't find it anymore. So it does look like they took that down. Not 8 I'm talking about the connections. They had a YouTube channel. But as far as the Instagram, when I was on the Instagram yesterday, it was still up. I don't know, I haven't checked today, but I wish I would have downloaded more from the YouTube just to go through it and see if there's any other crazy crap. But there's so many, I only downloaded a few. I'm trying to find. Wait, hold on a second. So how's everybody doing? So it should be starting. Let's see, I have it up. It still hasn't started yet. But it should be starting in what, like 10 minutes? I'm just trying to see what all I could find as far as the connections to see what's all up. I'm trying to find. Hold on a second. Because I wouldn't mind going through more and just seeing. But the ones that everybody has are just like, I've seen them a million times because they're just replaying the same stuff. Why am I not spelling that right? Hold on a second. So they still have that Moms of Truth. Oh, they just made that private now too. Hold on one second. Hold on, you guys, I'll be there in 1 minute. Yeah, Moms of Truth. Okay, so that's, the Instagram is still up. The Moms of Truth Instagram. Which they have some clips of stuff. The Moms of Truth Facebook is still up, but it's private. The 8-passenger Facebook is still up. We were just on that earlier. But besides that, but they haven't used that in what, 2018? They haven't posted. Wait, it was. Did that just go off in the middle of? Because we were just on it. I don't know, but I'm just trying to see, like, in real time if the stuff's getting shut down. We were just on it. Remember earlier, guys? We were just on it. And now I can't. It's not there anymore. We were just going through it, remember? Huh. Am I, like, losing it here? Unless if it just got taken down in the middle of... That's crazy. Huh, anyway. Yeah. Now I can't find it. Anyway. Let me look at chat, guys. Sorry, I was just trying to find everything. Hey, Ashley. Hey, Danny. Ange. Unsocial Butterfly. What up? Yeah, I'm just waiting for it to start, guys. I have it ready. I just need to share it whenever it starts. So I'm not going to play anything else because I don't want to miss it and get like preoccupied. So we'll just chat for a little bit. But, yeah. Oh, it is still up. Okay. The Facebook is still up. I was like, I was just on it. Okay, so they still left that Facebook up, but they haven't used that since they updated their bio in 2020 was the last time they used the Facebook. The Moms of Truth Instagram is still up. Moms of Truth Facebook is still up. It's private. Connections YouTube channel got down. They took down. I don't know if they took it down. You're saying that it got taken down by YouTube because I know that was up a couple days ago because I was looking at it. So that got taken down recently. 8-passenger she took down last year. So we'll see. We'll see how this pans out if Instagram, because Instagram, I feel like they're so strict on some things. Like I watched that Tammy, the Trailer Trash Tammy, and she got her Instagram taken down for like, comedy. Like it's comedy, but yeah, she shows like, you know, stuff, but it's not like, I don't know. So she lost hers. So if this doesn't cause Instagram to take this down, like these arrest felony charges that are horrible, and then Tammy gets hers down for something not even illegal. But I mean, I don't know. Whatever. If it stays up, it stays up. I guess it gives us more to look through. I mean, I don't care, but I'm just curious if it will. Are you guys sure though that YouTube took it down and it wasn't them that made it private? Because you can make your whole channel private and it'll look like it's gone when your channel really still exists, but you can make it all private. So therefore people might be like, oh my God, the channel doesn't exist anymore. They took it down, but it might still exist. But they just made it private. And then when they're ready to come, make it come back, they could unprivate it. So I don't know. I wouldn't think that YouTube would take it down yet until they see what happens with the charges to make sure, you know what I'm saying, until they're found guilty. But I don't know. If No, the first channel, they took it down. The 8 Passengers was taken down last year. I thought she made it seem like she took it down last year. This is before all the charges. Unless if she's lying, but she made it seem like she took down the channel because their kids were getting hurt. You know what I'm saying? Because they were getting like arrested or whatever to save her kids. So I don't know. I'm thinking she took the 8 Passenger down last year. The Connections was up as a couple days ago, and then so that did just go down. So I don't know. I don't know if there's a way to tell, Coral Scott. That might just be a rumor. Like, oh, YouTube deleted it, but maybe it's just because it's gone. I have no idea. I wouldn't think that they would just for... Not yet. I mean, not just for until they find out what the verdict is. I don't know. I don't know how that works. I wouldn't think they would be that quick, is what I'm saying, until they see what happens. This is it, Ashley. When it comes on, it's not on yet. I'm going to play the court when it's on. Court TV or Law and Crime. I have it. They haven't came on yet. I have it ready. As soon as it comes on, I'm going to share my screen. It hasn't started yet. Yeah, I'm not sure if you could tell either way who does it, but I just know that you could private your whole YouTube channel and it looks like it's gone. Or you could take it down yourself. So I don't know. Who knows? Maybe they did. But I'm pretty sure 8 Passenger, she makes it seem like she took it down last year. Or over a year ago, I think it was. So that wasn't new. The 8 Passenger hasn't been up for over a year. But like I said, the Connections was up. I think even, I don't know, it was yesterday or the day before I was watching it and downloading stuff. So that was that was recent. So that was probably because of all this. Oh, we'll see. Like I said, their Instagram's still up. Facebook is still up. So they might have done the YouTube themselves. Yeah, I have it up. I'm waiting for it to start and I'll share it and when it starts. That's why I'm not playing anything else because it should be any minute. So I don't want to get involved with anything else. So I figured I'd just chat with y'all. Yeah. So I don't know. Like I said, I almost wish that the YouTube was still up so we could go through more of the stuff. But that's the thing. Like they might have done it. Her lawyer might have taken it down for legal purposes so people weren't going through. You know what I'm saying? So it might actually have been them that took the YouTube channel down. Her lawyer, and them that made that decision to at least make it private. I'm not convinced it was YouTube because I don't know if there's any way to tell. At least not right now. I haven't seen any proof that it was YouTube that took it down, unless if you guys know a way to tell who takes it down. I think there is a way, like I know there's, like, if you have, like, a video up that goes, like, against, like, guidelines, you'll try to click on it or something, it'll say. And I think even with the channels it does, you can, if you try to go to their channel, but if you're trying to go and it just doesn't exist, that's what makes me think they privated it. No, I know, Course Scott. I'm not talking about the 8 Passenger videos.
Everybody, there's a way to turn your camera off. If you need to turn your cameras off, you can turn them off so you don't feel uncomfortable.
So what is this? Why is he...
Please mute their microphone.
Everybody mute.
Have faces. Ah.
Sure.
Heck fell. trying to figure out something here. Hold on one second. What keeps falling? Hold on a second. Anyway, whew, I am like so hot right now, guys. It's just delayed. Yeah, I know. I'm just trying to figure out where like the one second. Oh, I don't know if I should just keep this on. Yeah, I might as well just keep it on. We'll just wait. Man, I was hoping it would be not too late. I am freaking starving and I need some water. Oh, I do have a little bit of water. So I have a Yeah, did you see that one of them was Chad, Frankie? I'm on a Facebook group here.
Hurry.
That's crazy. So he's like watching.
I'm the team idea hoster.
Hello. Okay.
I'm so confused. So I know, so there's a link that you could go to view the court hearing, but it says that you can't like I'm doing it from long crime, so I'll be fine. But it's almost seeming like if you go through their link to do it, which is all these people, that they can't live stream it. Which is weird because I saw some creators in there too. So I don't know how they're going to go about doing that. But yeah, I'm not going that route. I didn't even know that there was, like, I know with like Letitia's, there was that WebEx link. There's certain times you could do it. But man, I hope they're able to get this figured out. And I hope that we don't miss anything because of all these excess of people that are taking the link. I hope it doesn't mess the court here, like for us to be able to see it. Well, we're with Law and Crime, so if anybody, they'll be able to figure they'll be able to figure it out. Hopefully, if not, they'll replay it. I'm sure. Anyway, come on, start it up. It's gonna be so quick. Watch, we're all waiting for hours, and it's gonna be over in like a couple minutes. Anyway. Oh, thank you, Mackenzie. You just subscribed. You can't hear me? You guys could hear me now, right? I was muted for a while there. I was just looking up some stuff. Yeah, it's definitely going to be a quick thing. They even said it was going to be a quick hearing.
Can't hear anything.
Yeah, it's almost like, I don't know how Law and Crime always gets like, which is awesome, but they're able to get like these special privileges that to do things. Yeah, but one of them, it said Chad Frankie. Did you see him? One of the people viewing? Who else? You have, I don't know who else is there. I only recognized a couple of the other people, but it's all the people. Oh yeah, Derpstein. It's all the people that took the link from the court website to watch the trial, to watch the hearing. But I'm not sure. I'm confused why Law and Crime has this page up. Like, why do they have this up? The participants. I'm wondering. Huh. I don't know, Olivia. Where do you see somebody at the top? You're talking about the R? You got the judge, you could see right there. Oh, no, I know that it's allowed with that lullaby. I'm seeing. I don't know. I'm just going to wait and see what the heck. Whew. All right, guys. Come on, come on. I need to get some cold. I have like a couple sips of this warm water is all I have, but I don't want to leave because I feel like it's going to be so quick. If I go even down for a couple minutes and it comes on, I'm going to miss the whole thing. I'm like shaky. I get like sometimes like shaky too if I don't eat like little, oh, man, come on. That's my last sip of water. Sorry, I'm not talking much. I'm just, and it's so hot in here too for some reason.
Smoke a cigarette.
Somebody's talking about smoking a cigarette. Did you hear that? He said something like, smoke a cigarette. Oh my god. Hi, Crystal. Hi, Mackenzie.
When is it gonna start?
When is it gonna start?
Y'all seriously need to be quiet or he's gonna kick us all out. He has every right to do so.
Please mute yourself and we'll get started as soon as we can.
Mama.
Why doesn't everybody just mute themselves? I'm not on this, so I'm allowed to talk. I'm not in this. So, but why aren't they muting? People still aren't muting it. I know. The one guy, did you hear the woman go, Mama? Like messing around. The one person said they wanted a cigarette or something. And one person's like, when's it going to start? Which is fine, but like, why? I wish everybody just muted it because I hope it doesn't delay.
Is anyone else not seeing the cameras?
I'm also not seeing the cameras.
What part of mute yourself was unclear?
Well, Alibi, it doesn't matter if Long Crime would mute them. They can't control what their audio is going to the court or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Even if Long Crime muted their thing here, they would still hear it. We just wouldn't be able to hear it. Okay, here we go. Well, maybe not. Yeah, they can't control it because they're directly connected to the court. So it doesn't matter if Long Crime mutes it for us to hear it, they're still hearing it at the court. So they're still going to have an issue. I hope you guys understand. If you're understanding how it's set up, yeah, it doesn't matter if Long Crime, because Long Crime is just an observant, just like everybody else in this, but they're live streaming it, and so I don't know how to explain it really very good because I'm like, losing energy too. But yeah, so it wouldn't help if they muted it even on this. It would still be a problem with the court. They can mute it on their channel, Alibi. But what I'm saying is they can mute it on their channel, but they don't control what these links are going into the courtroom. Does that make sense? So we wouldn't be able to hear it if they muted it, but yet it doesn't matter because the court could still hear it. You know what I'm saying? Because they're not controlling all these other people's link into the court. They have a link just like everybody else, if that makes sense. Yeah, they did, Wolfpack. That's what I was thinking about. I was like, man, they have canceled a freaking thing. They did it that when Duty Ron freaking, I'm pretty sure it was Duty Ron freaking didn't mute his thing, and they had to cancel the whole Jared court hearing because he didn't mute it and he was live streaming and stuff. Yeah. Oh my God. So yeah, they can do that. So I hope everybody listens. Or they could just probably kick them all out somehow. Come on. Dude, I'm gonna, okay, hold on. Let me think if I have, do I have another bottle of water over there? Sorry guys, I'm kind of boring here. I'm just trying to save my energy. I hate that I get like that. Because even if like I don't want to eat because I'm trying to lose weight or you know what I'm saying, that I get shaky. I think it's called what is it called? I've never been diagnosed. I mean, I've tried to go and figure out why, but nobody been able to figure out. I think no wait, what is that called? Where you have to like eat little things because you get shaky sometimes. I think I just have that. I hate it though because it's like sometimes I don't want it. I don't want to. It's like no, I'm not. I'm not hungry, but my body's acting stupid and shaking and making me eat. Why can't I think of what that's called? Is it hypoglycemic? That's what I started to say, but I'm like, is that right? No, Audrey, thank you for subscribing. Wait, Jillian, where did you hear that happen? Canceled? Where did you hear? I haven't heard that. Where did you hear it was canceled? I don't think so. Why would they just cancel it at the last minute unless if it was the... No, I don't know, you guys. Let's just, I'm not sure if that's true. Let's see. Casey just subscribed. Oh, so it is a delay because of this WebEx, huh? Wow. Oh, somebody said the judge isn't there on another one? Okay. They kick people off the live stream? Oh my god. Okay. They just kick people off live stream. Wow. All right, I'm gonna step away. Hopefully, I gotta get some. I'm like dying here, and I'm like so hot. I'll be back. If I miss it, I miss it. Well, I'll have it on my phone. So stupid. I could have just put it. I could have just been looking on my phone this whole time and still watched it. Oh, lordy, I don't make any sense sometimes. Okay, I'll be back. Wait, was I muted the whole time? Oh no, I was trying to say my mom got me a chicken salad sandwich. And we said, what the heck is going on, man? A pickle? Anyway, I was dripping. Were you guys able to see it on my face when I had that hoodie on? I just turned down the air. Oh my God. I was sweating so much before I took the hoodie thing I had on or whatever you call it. Oh my Lord. Yeah? Yeah, thanks. All right. Hold on 1 second. Yeah, how do you say your name? Bluro Scary or whatever. I don't know how to say your name right. Yeah, and I'm 41 years old and my mom still feeds me. My mom's old. Probably overly, like always making sure, I think it's the Italian way where it's like, you have guests over. I mean, you always want to make sure you have food. You always, like, hey, it's almost sometimes you force food down people's throats. Sometimes I'm like, Mom, they don't want to eat. Leave them alone. It's like, that's just the way I was brought up too. But like, sometimes it's like they're saying no and then they keep, oh, are you sure you want something to eat? Here, eat this, eat this. So yeah. But food, it shouldn't be like a privilege. Food should be a right. If you have a kid, it shouldn't be a privilege. Like she would use it as a privilege, and food should not be a privilege. Food and water should not be a privilege. Now maybe desserts or sweets or something, but like to eat like breakfast and dinner and oh, there was a clip I forgot to add. So there was a clip where she was bringing. It was on her mom's channel. She was bringing her kids over to her grandma's to their grandma's, her mom's house for the day. And they got out and they're like, oh, she's like, oh, they're starving, they're hungry because I didn't feed them. Like, so she didn't even give them food, so they were ready to eat. But the thing is that she uses it as a privilege. Like if they get, like it's a privilege, not a right. Like if you do something, you don't get it. If you do something bad, but it shouldn't be that way. Like that's like starving your kid. I mean, if that's your family and your kids, you need to feed them. They're not old enough, especially, I mean, they're minors, are not old enough to work, to make their own money, to eat themselves. They shouldn't have to. You know what I'm saying? It should be a right. If you're their mother, you're supposed to be able to take care of them and give them food at least. So yeah, I do not agree at all with that. But that was one of her big things, that it's a privilege. Everything's a privilege to her. Like even them living in her home, that's a privilege. Everything is mine. So, it's not theirs. This is all my stuff. So it's like that they should feel privileged that they could live here in my home because it's my everything, my car, my house, my. Well, no, if you have a kids and it becomes theirs. That's your family. You're raising them. It's theirs too. It's just messed up. Man, I forgot to get a napkin. Oh, shoot. I said, yeah, the reason he's not playing it is because you're not allowed to that's why sometimes they have different rules. Like with Letitia, you were allowed to, but sometimes you could watch it, but you can't live stream it. So yeah, he's allowed to watch it, but he can't live stream it, which sucks. But Law and Crime must have had the okay to live stream it, and now they get kicked out. This sucks, dude. Well, there's no way to watch it. I don't know what to do. They'll probably end up somehow playing it. Let's see what he's saying. You said the dad podcast.
He wants the two judges to be connected for the co-defense to be together.
This is the dad podcast audio.
So they're just trying to align judges. So transferring her case to Judge Walton right now.
So wait.
Well, these I can hear nothing.
I don't know, guys.
He's basically telling everybody to turn their microphones off and cameras off. Okay, he's just basically saying no recording it, no streaming it, which I won't do. He's calling someone for initial appearance. It's Ruby Franke. She's up first. Oh, she's sitting there in her yellow jumpsuit. Boom! She looks rough. She looks rough. Lawyer's just saying we're waiving the reading of it. We don't need to read it over again. Of what she's accused of. Ready to proceed. He wants the two judges to be connected for the co-defense to be together. He's so they're just trying to align judges. So transferring her case to Judge Walton right now. No bail hold. She's remaining on a no bail hold. September 21st, 9:10 in the morning. Bail hearing. The guy's, her lawyer's like, I'll be out of the country on that date, so we'll figure something out. I'm going to be in Bali. That's it? Wow. Oh, Jodi Hildebrandt's next. Jodi Hildebrandt's next. Jodi sits down. Let's take a look at Jodi now. Something about Jodi not being there? Law and Crime got kicked out of it, so I'm streaming. I'm just listening and relaying it to you. So basically, what just happened is they wanted to pour all the cases to one judge, and they said it was fine. And then they're putting the bail hearing, I think, at September 21st. And here comes Jodi. Jodi's about to sit down. Oh yeah, the hardened criminal. Suck it, Jodi. Oh, she's wearing pink stripes. Ruby was wearing yellow stripes. So they're waiving the reading again. Basically, they don't want to read all the charges again. We know what they're all about. January. Oh yeah. September 21st, 9:10 in the morning is when he's trying to file a motion to get this done really quickly. And he's going to file a motion today with Judge Walton. That's it. That's it. Now all the participants are going to leave. Watch. There's 869 participants, and they're all going to be gone. You watch.
But why? They're supposed to leave. Why would they stay? I'm confused why that's a thing. Why is that a big deal? Aren't they supposed to leave after it's over? So that's messed up. Remember I was just talking about how wait, if you're not allowed to live stream it, how does Law & Crime get the privilege to do it? They didn't. They were just going to do it illegally, I feel like. So they got in trouble. So they got kicked off. I was wondering because the law usually shouldn't be if it's a law, if it's a rule, like they're not gonna be like, oh, well, you could do it Law & Crime, unless if they have their own view. You know, sometimes they'll have their own cameraman, or they'll just get the privilege to be the only person to be able to live stream or whatever. But when it's like through like a WebMX and stuff, like they did Letitia, Law & Crime went into the WebMX just the same as any, like I went into it. I didn't live stream, but I would go into it and watch it myself. Like anybody that got a link could go into it just like anybody else. So they were able to do it. But there was a rule, like I was saying, if you go in it, you can't live stream it. But I was thinking, oh, well, maybe Law & Crime somehow got permission where they can. Well, it sounds like that they can't, and they figured out that they were going to live stream it, so they got kicked out. But I wish they would have updated. They should have said something, and they should have realized that they're not going to get special permission, or maybe they should have asked them, like, hey, are you going to let us live stream it? If not, the rules are very clear, because I've been in a, what other court case where it was very clear when they put those rules up, it's very clear that it's like there, it says you cannot live stream this, but you're able to watch it. Because I was in a couple that said that where I couldn't live stream it, where it's really clear. So I'm wondering why they were under the impression that they were going to be able to live stream it. That's why I'm a little bit confused. Did they not read the rules, or did they just think because they were Law & Crime they could do it, or were they told something wrong? I don't know. But nobody was able, you're not allowed to. They'll probably have screenshots. I mean, I bet you they'll have pictures. Like, you know, when articles come out, I bet you they'll let, like, some kind of pictures, I'm sure. I could see, like, somehow them letting that go. But, yeah, that's crazy, man. I just figured, man, they must have some kind of special permission, but no. They were going to do it without, that's messed up, dude. They could have gotten, like, they could have had a legal something if they would have, because they say, like, they usually like list out like what could happen to you. So if they would have done it without permission, and then they could have got like a charge. I just thought for sure if they're going to put it up, that for sure that they had some kind of special permission. No, you can't. They can't even do the audio. You can't do audio either. You're not allowed to. So they could. I wish they would have said, "Hey, we got kicked out. We're not allowed to live stream," or they would have read the rules and realized that. But no, you can't do audio or video. You can't. The rules are very clear when you get into those type of things. That's why I was really confused when Law & Crime put that up, and then I saw like that dad guy. I saw a couple channels, and I'm thinking, wait, how are they going to go in there and live stream that? Because you're not allowed to with this one, but it makes sense. So that dad guy or whatever, dad podcast, he wasn't planning on live streaming. I guess he was just planning on going in and then relaying it, I guess, the whole time. But Law & Crime thought that they could do it. I don't know. I wish they could have. I mean, I was hoping that because it seems like if you got money and you're a big company, you could get away with things. So I was hoping that they just got some kind of special permission, but yeah, it doesn't look like it, guys. The law doesn't. Well, I don't want to say all the time. I was going to say the law doesn't. What is it? Wait, how is the word to put it? Like, It doesn't matter like how much money you have, who you are, how much power you have, but that's not true. The law does. You can get away with things when you're powerful or you have money, so that's not necessarily true. But no, I love law and crime. So I'm besides I don't know. I feel like they did kind of jump on the bandwagon with what happened to me, but I still like them. They're one of my go-to channels for all the trials and stuff. So but the thing is I wish that we wouldn't have to go. I wish that they would give like any media access to certain trials, but they don't. You know what I'm saying? Like sometimes they just give them access to it. So I know. I wish they would have. Yeah. I know, Alibi. It's crazy. Yeah, they are. Well, it was funny because, like I said, with the Letitia case, you see that when they're going through like the when you go into like WebMX and you set up like when you're allowed to live stream it, and you set up like because like I said, I was in there. I didn't live stream it, but I would go in there and watch it. Like you would set up like you would go in there and like you could like change like the settings of like who you want bigger, what because they had like what 3 cameras for the Letitia. You could move them around and make one bigger, make one over here, and you could do all within WebMX. Well, like when you saw Law and Crimes live streaming it, they were in the same freaking stuff as when that I was in. You know what I'm saying? It's the same. They have the same stuff. They're doing it the same way that we all do, for the most part. Besides when they somehow have like they're so big that they have like people everywhere that is, for instance, if it doesn't a trial isn't through WebMX or isn't through a way where any of us could get it like that, a virtual way, then they have like somehow they're there and they have enough people to go in there and get the media access to have a cameraman in there or to get the access if the like have one set camera and to get that access to be able to stream it. You know what I'm saying? So they do because they're so big and they have people everywhere. So they're able to, you know, like us people that have just or one person that have these channels, like how I can't be all these places and be able to do all that stuff because I'm only one person. I can barely keep up with what I do, you know. But when it's a big company, they have tons of people that are networking and going everywhere to be able to do it. But yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it's crazy. I wish they would have said something. Man, I was really hoping. I wanted to see. Anyway, I wonder if they're so I feel like the rest of the court hearings are going to be the same. You're going to be able to go watch it personally, but you're not going to be able to. And they're probably going to let so many people in, so those it's going to be like family matter. You know what I'm saying? You have to be first come first serve type thing. And they're not going to let us. I don't know if they're going to make it where we're going to be able to see it. But I wonder. I just wonder because sometimes you won't be able to watch something live, but sometimes the news channels are able to replay it after. So let's not lose too much hope because you never know. Maybe they're going to be able to replay it. I don't know. I can't tell you on that. Because it's different to live stream something compared to like, you know, a replay type thing. So maybe somebody is going to had a camera in there to replay. I don't know. We'll see. But I feel like if not, then they're all probably going to be like that, or we're not going to be able to see any of them. Oh, wow. Yeah. Me 12 step 01. Yeah. I like to hear about that. That's why, man. Conversion camps, places they send these Mormon kids for punishment. I've lived here my entire life and I've witnessed it. Well, remember that they sent the oldest son. They sent him to some camp. Was it a conversion camp? I don't remember what they called it. But if you watch some of the I think it was on clips. Was it on some of the 8-passenger old clips where they said they were sending him because he was acting up, or was that just, did that just come out as like as news? I can't remember, but they sent him away to some camp. The oldest son. I mean, this was years, I don't know how many years ago. This wasn't right now. This was like years ago, I guess, but before he was 18. Anyway, oh, what, Kenneth? Wait, yellow in prison code means low risk. Pink means humiliate and shame. Are you serious? So wait, so Ruby had yellow and Jodi had pink? Oh, it was. That was Chad. It was Chad Frankie. God, I keep forgetting to say Frankie. It was Chad Frankie, Jen. It was. Is that what you mean? Hold on. I had somebody took a screenshot. Hold on a second. Let me see if, yep. Chad Frankie. It had his name. Hold on. I'll show you. Let me screenshot this. Somebody screenshot it and put it in the group. 1 second. Let me. Oh, wait. It's saved over here. How do I share it with you? Hold on a second. Oh, wait. Here. I'll save it and then I'll email myself. And then, yeah, hold on 1 second. I'll show you. All right, let me see if it was sent. Hopefully it works. 1 second. I hope I sent the right thing. I couldn't see what I was sending. I just guessed. Oh, wait. Yeah, I sent the right thing. Okay, hold on 1 second. Here, I'll just upload the image. Let's do it like this. Hold on 1 second. Okay. I'll just upload it real quick. Hold on. Or I'll just transition C. So yeah, that was him. Anyway, all right, well, I'm gonna go, guys, but get looking for you guys. I've been uploading to Courtney. Are you guys not following? Well, Courtney Clenny. I know when that goes to trial, people will be more interested in it, but I'm still gonna upload the rest of those files. I'll probably re-upload them when the trial starts but I got them, like I said, like a couple, maybe last month or a couple weeks ago. So I'm uploading some of those files. So if you haven't seen those, check them out. They're under my like pre-recorded videos. What else? yeah, this case, but there was something else I wanted to tell you guys. So Courtney Clooney, yeah, check it out because I have some like videos that hadn't been released yet that I got from the Discovery. So my last 3 pre-records were of that case, but I'm doing more because I'm gonna do them to finish them. But anyway, all right. Well, I guess we just wait on this, and I'm gonna get going, guys. I think. Thanks for coming. Yeah, so she was denied bail. Sorry if you guys are just coming in. Yeah, so they're gonna be stuck in jail where they belong. And I guess we'll see what their whole accusations of their kids and see what comes of that. Because I'm sure they'll interview the kids that he supposedly did that to see if that's true or anything. But thanks, guys. Bye, Crystal. Bye, Chlor. I'm gonna just call you Carrie because I don't know how to say that first part of your name. Carrie, Harley Ryder, Wolfpack, Kenneth, Ellie. Thanks, guys. Jenny, all the new subs, new members. Got a couple new members. Thank you. Yeah, I'm still gonna. You know what though? Look out because I'm still gonna check. I'm gonna keep checking back with Law and Crime because I feel like if there's any possibility that they are gonna let them do it as a re-record, like not a live thing, that they will have it. But I'm not sure. It might be one of those cases that they're not going to even let that. But there's still maybe a tiny chance that maybe they'll let it do the news channels like re-upload them. Sometimes they do, but if not, then not. But if so, I'll be looking and I'll re-upload it too. All right, bye guys.